Chapter 1462. In the lower reaches of the Nile River, there were about 80 pyramids scattered around. They recorded a once brilliant civilization. But until now, no one had been able to fully explore the secrets of this civilization. It was an era that existed in the modern world and was known as one of the origins of civilization. To this day, countless scholars were still active in this area. Of course, other than the normal scholars, there were also people who had the idea of searching for treasures. They were not only treasure hunters among the humans, but there were also some non-humans who walked in the dark and were not known to the world. Of course, in terms of efficiency, it was obvious that the Inhumans were much more efficient. In terms of treasure hunting, humans were naturally at a disadvantage. So, until now, what humans could find are only fragments of ancient civilization or some useless cultural relics. The truly valuable things have long fallen into the hands of the Inhumans. Ah, what are you talking about, Mr. Alto? Arya, who was riding on a camel, turned around and asked curiously. Arya grew up in the desert and was a very reliable guide. Therefore, many teams that came to search for treasures or research liked to ask him for help. For example, Mr. Alto, who he was now serving, was one of Arya's old customers. This was the 5th time he acted as a guide for Mr. Alto, so they were quite familiar with each other. In the past year, this was the 3rd time Mr. Alto had entered the desert. In Arya's career as a guide, this was the first time he had seen someone enter the desert so diligently. However, Mr. Alto had his favorite currency, the banknotes. Nothing, Arya. I was just admiring the beauty of this desert. Mr. Alto, who was sitting on a camel at the back, raised his goggles, revealing a pair of light green eyes. He looked like he was in his 30s. His face was full of stubble, and his skin was very rough due to the erosion of sand over the years. You are absolutely right, Mr. Alto. Arya nodded in agreement. My companions told me that the outside world is more beautiful, prosperous, and comfortable than here. They often told me to wait until I have earned enough money to leave this place, but I have never thought of that. I really can't think of a better place than here. I was born to belong to this place, so I won't leave this place until I die of old age. That's a good idea, Arya. Mr. Alto opened the water bag and took a sip. He then slowly said, This will save you a lot of trouble. Believe me, Arya, the outside world is not as good as what your companion described. So that's why you come here so often? Arya asked jokingly. Mr. Alto smiled, but did not say anything. Instead, he took out a map from his luggage and began to study it carefully. Arya did not find it boring. Usually when he was not a guide, he lived alone, so he had learned to be quiet. In fact, there were only Arya and Mr. Alto on this trip. For camels, 2 were for riding, and the other 2 were for transporting luggage. They had been out for 7 days already. Arya silently calculated their resources and realized that they only had 3 more days to travel before they had to return. Although there were places where they could replenish their water supply along the way, they obviously did not have enough food to sustain them. Unless they chose a more hardworking survival mode, then they would be able to move forward for another 2 days. Mr. Alto, you still haven't found the place you want to find. Arya could not help but ask again after playing for a while. Arya, if I don't find it before this trip ends, I think I will enter the desert again in a short period of time. Mr. Alto did not look up. He was still looking at the map. After this trip back, let's rest for a week, then choose another direction to enter the desert. A week of rest was more than enough, so Arya did not object. After all, if there was money to be made, no one would dislike it. Mr. Alto's offer was always very generous. Although Arya did not intend to leave the desert, it did not prevent him from managing his place well and enjoying himself. Oh, right, Mr. Alto. Why did you come here alone this time? Arya could not help but ask curiously. I remember the last time was half a year ago. Didn't you have a group of companions? Oh, I kind of miss Professor Siegetu. He is really a humorous and knowledgeable gentleman. They won't come again. Mr. Alto still did not look up. Even his tone did not change. Forever. Arya was stunned for a moment, but he did not continue to ask. Never ask too much about the customer, unless the customer took the initiative to talk about it. This was one of the rules of the desert. Oh, I think if I really have to say something I don't like about the desert, it must be because the signal here is too bad. Arya simply took the initiative to change the topic. Damn, the live broadcast I am watching is actually stuck. Hey, I am still waiting to see this chick take off her clothes. What kind of live broadcast are you watching? Mr. Alto finally looked up and glanced at Arya. However, the expression in his eyes quickly changed. In an instant, it became solemn. He saw that the desert sky in front of him had suddenly turned dark yellow. The wind blew, and the sand was blown, like waves on the sea, wave after wave. This was the sign of a desert storm. We can't go any further. We need to find a place to settle down immediately. Arya, Mr. Alto suddenly shouted. Arya naturally knew what was going to happen. He immediately nodded and then rode the camel quickly. At this time, Mr. Alto looked at the yellow sand in the sky and secretly shook his head. Humans were really too weak. If it was an inhuman, probably this level of desert storm would not even be in his eyes. He suddenly reached out and held something on his body. It was a pendant tied with a string. It was an eye-like pendant. This style of pendant was not uncommon in this land. Even many tourists would buy some in the nearby market as a souvenir. The Eye of Horus. This was a symbol in ancient Egyptian myths and legends. Oh, damn, there is signal here. Arya suddenly shouted at this time, and even danced with joy. You better get out of the desert quickly and go to the outside world. The signal in the outside world is very good. Mr. Alto sighed helplessly. The outside world was really too dangerous. Obviously, it was better to stay inside. The world in the Master God plan game was safer. After all, there was a majestic palace that he had built himself, and he existed here as the Master God of the Moon. It was a great existence. Therefore, Tae-Yinzi, who had rolled back from the modern world, saw the paradise that he had built with his own hands and immediately forgot about the troubles in the outside world. As for the problem of the back of Adam's head, what back of his head? There was no such thing. The old priest had been working diligently here. Brother Taisetsu could testify for him. Brother Taisetsu! Brother Taisetsu! Tae-Yinzi, who had flown into the palace, suddenly pinched his throat and called out attentively. He still made himself look like an immortal, but he did not see Taisetsu in the room where the magic mirror was placed. However, Taisetsu definitely did not leave here. After all, the Master God Mountain was actually a prison for Tae-Yinzi, because this world needed the Master God Mountain as its pillar, and the Master God Mountain needed the existence of the Black Soul Messenger to not collapse. In other words, Tae-Yinzi actually could not leave this place for too long, otherwise the Master God Mountain would collapse and cause a terrible disaster in the Master God Plan world. Therefore, he could only get a minute of rest after working for a certain number of hours. He did not have this kind of treatment before. At that time, he was at most addicted to this game world, but in fact, he would occasionally leave and jump around outside. But since the Punglai Treasure House incident was over, he had become like this now. She actually said that I was too good at jumping around, so I couldn't stay in this world for too long. While looking for Taisetsu in the palace, Tae-Yinzi thought to himself indignantly, "What does this vicious woman think I am? A devil incarnate? A peerless jinx? Bah! I also sneaked out for a few hours this time. Is there any problem outside? Is there any problem? Humph. Oh, God! Brother Taisetsu, so you are here." Finally, Tae-Yinzi saw Taisetsu and the mother and daughter that Taisetsu had created with the magic mirror in a garden in the side palace. At this time, Taisetsu and the mother and daughter were sitting under a fruit tree, hugging each other. The little girl had fallen asleep in the arms of Taisetsu and the woman. Seeing this scene, Tae-Yinzi opened his mouth, then frowned and did not say anything. Instead, he quietly waved his hand to stop the environment of the garden from changing, but to stay in the current state temporarily. Otherwise, the sky would be dark and the birds would return to the forest. This was the world, a completely dynamic world. It would not stay. It could only stay like this temporarily. Tainzi glanced at it quietly and then slipped away unhurriedly. Then he went to other palaces and casually summoned some servants to serve him. While waiting for the sunset of the main god mountain, he yawned in boredom. He felt that he was about to fall asleep, and his eyes became drowsy, like an old sugar cane that was about to go moldy and began to turn red inside. In a daze, Tainzi felt that he had suddenly become a small person. Not that his body had shrunk, but that he had returned to the time when he was young or even young. He dreamed that he was herding cows on the mountain. There were many cows in his house, and he had to go out to herd cows every day. He felt that this was the happiest thing. Suddenly, one day, he saw someone flying in the sky. The immortal stepped on a flying sword, looking majestic, and he was very envious. Suddenly, the immortal landed in front of him, gently pressed his head, and said, "Are you willing to learn the method of immortality from me?" He nodded, and then his eyes became blank. He was taken to the sky by the immortal, leaving the place where he herded cows. Master! The afterglow of the sunset slowly reflected in Tainzi's eyes and reflected a patch of red. He yawned and then woke up. Looking at the sunset that was about to disappear, Tainzi suddenly recited softly, "White jade capital in the sky, 12 buildings and 5 cities. The immortal touched my head, tied my hair, and received immortality." Mistakenly pursuing the joy of the world, rather unreasonable and confused. The 96 holy monarchs, floating clouds, hang an empty name. The slaves behind him were also created by the magic mirror, and they only listened to his orders. At this moment, the slaves suddenly burst into tears. That was because the Tain Master God had once said that once he recited a poem, they had to cry, and they had to cry desperately. What are you crying for? Are you looking for death? You are crying like a funeral. I'm still alive. Don't F** king cry. Tainzi suddenly stood up and scolded these slaves. The slaves immediately lowered their heads and stood obediently, and they really stopped crying. Get lost, get lost. Get lost and go eat. Don't know what you are talking about. The slaves immediately dispersed and quickly left this sun-viewing platform. Tainzi shook his head and suddenly raised the third finger of his right hand toward the sun that was about to fall completely, and snorted, "You get lost too?" The sun instantly fell into the mountains, and only a faint gray light was left in the sky. No one was there anymore. Tainzi sat down and then burst into tears. He really looked like a crazy old man. After crying for a while, he stopped, casually wiped his face, and then snapped his fingers. The antique sun-viewing platform suddenly turned into a modern dance hall. A man wearing bell-bottoms and a hairstyle appeared on the stage at the same time, singing "Always on My Mind." While singing, a figure slowly descended to Tainzi's side. Taisetsu. But at this time, Taisetsu was alone. The mother and daughter had been left somewhere in the palace by him. He saw Tainzi and seemed to not know what to say several times. Finally, he said awkwardly, "Brother, are you in such a good mood to listen to music?" Tainzi immediately put on an eager smile and laughed. "After all, this is your brother's hobby. Brother Taisetsu, how are you today?" "Very good." Taisetsu simply replied, "Brother, I don't have much, but I have more rooms." Tainzi said straightforwardly, "I will set aside a side hall for them to live in. I will also send some slaves to serve them. Brother Taisetsu, you can rest assured." Taisetsu was silent for a moment, and then slowly nodded, "Thank you." Tainzi chuckled and said, "After all, we are all working for the master. We are brothers. There is no need to say, 'Thank you.' Brother Taisetsu, you are welcome to come here often. By the way, there's one thing that I hope Brother Taisetsu can do me a favor." "Go ahead." Daz nodded. He was naturally an understanding person. Tainzi was so enthusiastic when he came up. Naturally, he had a plan. "It's about today's matter. I hope Brother Taisetsu can keep it a secret. Taiyinzi said, seriously at this time, leaving my post is really, but I can only stay here every day. It is indeed. You understand, right? You can rest assured, I know what to do. Then I really can't thank you enough. Taiyinzi was overjoyed. I know it's the most practical to deal with smart people. Hashtag, 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 hashtag PS1. Thank you, loyal servant prosperous wealth, for your silver. Serve tea to the capitalist boss. PS2. As for the update, I will count it in the future. Chapter 1463. Luaccio stood up from his seat after closing the documents in his hand. It was the end of the class, and the students began to leave the classroom. Of course, the students who didn't have classes in the afternoon had probably started to hang out outside. The time in college was very pleasant, whether it was at home or abroad. Boss Luo couldn't help but think of a poisonous chicken soup at this moment. You always said that you regretted that you didn't study hard. You always said that if you could go back to the past, you would have a good campus life. Don't be silly. Even if you went back to the past, you would still waste your time, because all your regrets were just the unwillingness to give up the comfortable days in the past. People were born to be lazy. It felt good to be lazy all the time. Luaccio couldn't help but smile, feeling that this kind of joke was very interesting. Experiencing the campus life again made Boss Luo have an indescribable feeling. At this time, he remembered that if he hadn't entered the club more than a year ago, he should be in his 3rd year of college now. At this time, Miss Maid looked at him doubtfully. Miss Maid, who seemed to have a mind of 7 orifices, probably couldn't guess where her master's thoughts were at this time. Master, do you have any new discoveries? Yu Yi blinked and asked curiously. They spent the afternoon studying the information about Professor Xie Detu's disappearance in Butterfly Society. Although many directions were listed, they hadn't determined which aspect to start from. Of course, the reason why they were so leisurely was naturally that the master and servant of the club didn't lack time. No, I just suddenly thought of an interesting thing. Luaccio smiled and said, if you could go back to the past, what would you want to do the most? No one had ever asked Miss Maid this question. She obviously didn't consider this aspect. For her who had completed the unification of many worlds, the ununified state of the past was obviously not as good as the present state. Thinking about it rationally, the present was obviously better. But when the master asked this question, Miss Maid was obviously startled, obviously thinking about this question seriously. Master, what do you want to do? Miss Maid suddenly took the initiative to ask. Me. Luaccio was also stunned at this time. Obviously, not only Miss Maid had never thought about this problem, but also he himself had never thought about it. If he could go back to the past, what would he want to do? If he could go back in time, would he still walk into the club in the commercial street? What's more, he might even stop in front of the shop and meet Yu Yi, who was cleaning the window. If he could go back to the past, he would choose which point in time to return to, or in other words, he would try to retrieve something that he didn't want to lose. What about the future? Luaccio's mind had always been very scattered. He was not used to thinking in a fixed direction. The question of going back to the past easily made him think about the future. If we have regrets in the past, we need to go back to the past in order to stop this regret. Then, will there be times in the future when we regret the present? We don't know whether every decision we make in the present is right or wrong. Past, present, future. Boss Luo suddenly blinked. The problem that occurred because of his flash of inspiration coincided with what happened today when he met Claudia. Between them, the discussion about what is God? Claudia believed that the past, present, and future were in one, or in other words, the information left by Professor Xie Detu. Have you been to the future? Boss Luo suddenly asked in a low voice. Miss Maid shook her head and said regretfully, even my soul seems to be unable to withstand the forward space-time travel. But if you want to say whether there has been any action of peeking into the future, It is probably the practice of observing the different development of multiple worlds through the gap between dimensions. But in the end, the different subworlds are not on the same timeline. They are just different possibilities that have been separated from the beginning. Hearing Miss Maid's answer, Boss Luo couldn't help but be stunned, because he never thought that Yu Yi really peeped into the future. I can't do it. Miss Maid looked at Luocho and suddenly said with a solemn face, But the previous one did it. Luocho was silent. In fact, he could only know about the previous one through Yu Yi. Before today, he had never taken the initiative to inquire about the previous one from Yu Yi because of the previous one's restrictions. He didn't even think of buying information about the previous one from the altar. Of course, when he realized this restriction in the inhuman territory and then removed it, he also thought of buying more information about the previous one directly from the altar. But obviously, the previous one had already considered this problem. He had already deleted his records in the club by paying for it. Of course, it was not impossible to restore those records, just buy, and give the altar more time to restore those deleted records. After all, as long as the price was high enough, the altar could do anything. It could really do anything. This was what Luocho clearly realized at the moment when he became the shop owner. Even the subsequent events had proved this point. Did the previous one go to the future? Luocho looked at Yu Yi and asked, I don't know when he went to the future. Miss Maid shook her head. He never told me these things. But I think since the previous one could do it, you can do it too. Boss Luo suddenly asked curiously, Compared to the previous one, how much difference do I have now? I mean in terms of the ability of the body, not the authority. Miss Maid suddenly fell into deep thought. After a while, she slowly said, It's not easy to compare. The previous one's body was very strong. It was the eternal, indestructible body. Even if I took back my body and attacked with all my strength, I'm afraid I couldn't hurt him. I mean, without relying on the absolute defense of the shop owner. As for you, master, actually your current body is still very easily injured. At the very least, someone of Miss Long's level can easily hurt you. There were not many people like Miss Long in this world. Luocho thought for a while and felt that even without the absolute defense of the shop, his safety factor was actually very high. Of course, even if someone can kill your body, master, you can still be resurrected from the altar. Miss Maid smiled and said, So it's not necessary to improve your body. Besides, you can do what the previous one couldn't do. I believe you should have some experience, right? Sometimes your thoughts can directly distort reality. Although you can't distort reality accurately, it will now. But when you can fully master this ability, even the previous one with the eternal, indestructible body may not be your opponent. Distort the attribute of eternal, indestructible to destructible, something like that? Luocho thought for a while and said, That's right. Miss Maid nodded. Everything has its own attribute. This attribute determines its existence. The attributes of the eternal, indestructible body are eternal and indestructible. But in my opinion, master, your ability to distort reality can completely change the attributes of eternal and indestructible. Well, Boss Luo joked, Why do I feel more and more that in the future I will become the great demon king that all the transcendents of countless worlds work together to kill? Miss Maid smiled and said nothing, but silently thought that if those transcendents of the subworlds really wanted to do this, she would raise the flag in her hand and kill them all outside the door. Forget it. Let's stop this question here. Boss Luo shook his head. At this time, he remembered Black Soul No. 9's advice that he should not peep into the future. After all, no matter how I distort the present world, I can't distort the past and the future. Let's go back to the manor. It's almost time to prepare dinner. That's true. Miss Maid smiled slightly. She also thought so. If her master could distort the past and the future now, then her master had completely surpassed the previous one's achievement. There was one thing that Miss Maid didn't explain in detail. That was after the previous one came back from the future. The time here and back was almost emptied. She loved her current master, and even said that if Luaccio wanted to leave the shop, he must take her with him. But obviously, she was only the owner of the shop for 1 year. In terms of accumulation, there was still a huge gap between her master and the previous one. After all, her master didn't take the road of crazy business. Distorting the past and the future, even God couldn't do it. If creating life was the forbidden zone of God in front of human beings, then distorting the past and the future was the forbidden zone of God. She was very clear about this. After all, she was once a member of the gods. The silver-gray leopard took Joe to the beach of the town. Just when Joe thought his elder sister was going to make him wear a girl's skirt again, Nero took him here instead. Elder sister, why did you bring me here? Joe couldn't help but ask curiously. Nero picked her ear and said, I plan to drown you. I heard that after a person dies, death will take away his soul. We don't know when Mr. Death will come back, so we can drown you directly. When he comes to take your soul, we can see him. When Joe heard this, he immediately began to tremble. Was this big sister serious? But she did look very serious. Joe couldn't help but think of what this elder sister had done during this period. It seemed that she would definitely do what she said she would do. She wasn't joking. Children were very easy to believe what others said because they didn't know how to distinguish between lies and truth. But at the same time, they were very sensitive to good and evil. What made Joe very confused was that although he was very scared, he didn't know why. But at the same time, there was an indescribable sense of security in his heart, as if as long as he was with this elder sister, he didn't need to be afraid of anything. Elder sister, are you really going to drown me? Joe asked nervously at this time. Of course. Nero nodded, and at the same time directly reached out and lifted Joe up. Do you want me to hold your head and drown you, or do you want me to throw you directly into the sea, and then you struggle to drown yourself? Of course, if you are afraid, I can knock you out and throw you into the sea. Choose one? No. Joe shook his head desperately. It was one thing to have a magical sense of security, but drowning himself was another thing. It's so troublesome. Just throw me into the sea. Nero glanced at the sea ahead. Don't worry, there are no sharks here. You won't be bitten to death. Anyway, just close your eyes. No. Before Joe could say the word want, his body was thrown into the air by Nero as if he had lost gravity and flew into the sea ahead. Nero threw him out like a wild ball. His body suddenly fell into the cold sea. The sea water poured into his eyes, ears, mouth, and nose, which made Joe very uncomfortable. He had to instinctively struggle, and his hands and feet began to swim wildly in the sea. Nero, on the other hand, was very satisfied with this scene. At first it was like this. She even laughed happily. But soon she found that she couldn't laugh because Joe's body didn't sink to the bottom of the sea at all. Why haven't you sunk yet? Elder sister, I can swim. Nero blinked and then sighed. She raised her hand and Yamato shot out from her arm. Without thinking, she slashed at Joe, who was in the sea. What a lunatic! At this time, a loud shout came from afar. Yamato's blade light was almost in front of Joe. At this time, a black shadow rushed from the sea and blocked in front of Joe. He crossed his arms and directly blocked Yamato's slash. After that, he reached out and scooped Joe out of the sea. Then, he quickly returned to the beach and glared at Nero. Yo! Seeing this figure, Nero directly stretched out her hand to greet him. She even stuck out her tongue, because the person who had saved Joe was none other than old Ha, Hades, who had disappeared for half a day. Hades glared at Nero and said, Do you always act recklessly like this? Chapter 1464. She always messes around like this. If this was said by Taisetsu, who had spent the most time with Nero during this time, then Nero would not feel strange at all. But this was said by this guy who claimed to be Hades. So, Nero had to consider the other party's reason. Through Yamato's contact with Hades, Poulin and Joe, Nero already knew that their souls were the same. What kind of people's souls were the same? Of course, the same person's soul would be the same. This seemed to be the simplest question. But Hades and Joe appeared here at the same time, and their souls were also separate. And Poulin, although he was not on the beach, he obviously existed in this town at the same time. Nero had been a transcendent for almost 20 years, but she had only been a black soul envoy for less than 3 months. The knowledge of a transcendent was undoubtedly far beyond the imagination of ordinary people. But obviously, the knowledge of a black soul envoy was not comparable to an ordinary transcendent. The problem was that her time as a black soul envoy was too short. In terms of knowledge, Nero knew that the boss was very powerful, Miss Maid was very powerful, and Taisetsu was also very powerful. In fact, she did not have much progress. So she did not understand. She did not understand why Hades, Poulin, and Joe had the same soul. How could they exist at the same time and exist separately? It seems that you really know me. Nero put down Yamato, then waved at the angry Hades and said, "Come over and tell me what's going on." Unexpectedly, Hades shook his head at this time and said, "I don't intend to explain anything to you. This matter ends here. Please don't get close to him and his family." The him in Hades's words was naturally Joe in his arms at this time. Although the child did not drown after falling into the water, he fainted again after being touched by Hades. "That brother of yours seemed to have said something similar to me." Nero blinked and said, "So why are you two so obsessed with the Smith family? Is there any special secret in this?" Hades shook his head. "Nothing. Mr. Smith's family is just ordinary people." "Oh, then I'll go back and kill them all." Nero blinked and said, "Anyway, you should know that this family is actually dead, but they were forced to live. I will be back soon. Remember to wait for me." Hades immediately frowned, but he didn't say anything. In fact, he was quite clear about Nero's character. Since it was something that she could say, then she could basically do it if there was no accident. At this moment, seeing that Nero was about to enter the town, Hades couldn't help but sigh. He made a move against Nero. Quietly, like a stealthy shadow, he suddenly appeared in front of Nero. But Nero's combat awareness was obviously superb. Facing Hades' surprise attack, not only did he not panic, but he suddenly showed an excited expression. "Last time in the warehouse, I was only halfway through Old Ha." Nero laughed and waved his Yamato in a series of random but extremely fast slashes. "Please don't randomly change other people's names. Thank you." Hades looked at her expressionlessly. Facing the slashes of Yamato, he calmly dodged. "The name is too long to remember." Nero obviously didn't care about what he said. She was like a beast, following her instinct. "And don't be distracted, otherwise you will be killed." "I know," Hades said expressionlessly. "You didn't go easy on me from the beginning. I dare not be distracted." "I didn't go easy on you." Nero suddenly stopped. "I did." Hades was a little surprised. He looked at her doubtfully and vigilantly, because he knew that this woman's way of thinking could not be guessed by common sense at all. Suddenly, Nero's figure disappeared in front of Hades. Like a flash of light, it flashed past Hades's side in an instant. When he reacted, one of his arms had been directly cut off. When Nero reappeared, she was already a Yamato with blades all over her body. "You didn't go easy on me. Old Ha." Nero narrowed her eyes, and her voice was completely different from before. "So, if you don't take it seriously, you will really die this time." Hades's pupils suddenly contracted. But at this moment, with him and Nero as the center, at the edge of a diameter of about 50 meters, dense blades suddenly appeared from the ground. The blades pointed to the sky. They were like a fence, completely encircling the area here. Hades immediately felt an extremely oppressive feeling. The space within a diameter of 50 meters had been completely locked down. "This time we can't escape." Nero laughed shrilly and then attacked again. She flashed past Hades again like a flash of light. This time, Hades was injured in the abdomen. There was no blood flowing out of the cut abdomen, but a large amount of mist escaped. The Yamato Nero didn't stop at this time, but continued to turn into flashes of light, cutting Hades's body. Finally, Hades let out a muffled groan of pain. Nero stopped once again, but her giant claw-like palm that was covered by sharp blades was still grabbing a part of Hades's body that was torn off. This was the part torn from Hades's shoulder, and at this time it turned into ashes in Nero's palm. Nero blew it away gently, and then said indifferently, "I will soon get tired of this game of cat and mouse. Why don't you tell me the secret? If you tell me, they'll stop. Hades Appa!" Hades knelt on the ground. Facing the Yamato Nero, he couldn't help but feel powerless. He knew that if this continued, not to mention completing the task that he had to complete, he was afraid that leaving this area would be an extremely difficult task. "I knew I shouldn't have seen you." He smiled bitterly. "You are right. You can't find a person in the world who likes you like this. Thank you for the compliment." Nero's smile disappeared at once, and she shrugged. "So your tone of familiarity really makes me feel uncomfortable. I'm tired of it." She turned into flashes of light again. Hades's pupils contracted again at this moment. He knew that Nero really wanted to kill him this time. As someone who had the ability of Hell King, he was so sensitive to the approaching of death. So he suddenly gritted his teeth. The flash of light came. Only a ding. It was followed by Nero's exclamation. This time, Hades was actually safe and sound. Something blocked Nero's knife-covered palm and blocked her attack. A slender saber. Yamato. At this time, another Yamato appeared in Hades's hand. It was also this Yamato that blocked Nero's flash attack. Because it was Yamato, Nero recognized it immediately. Because she recognized it immediately, she subconsciously hesitated at the moment of attack. Hesitation delayed the time, giving Hades enough time to react. Nero took a few steps back and stared at Hades strangely. She scratched her head and asked curiously, "Old Ha, are you also a divine general of the club?" "No. Why do I remember that there is only one Yamato instead of a pair? Why is your Yamato the same as mine?" This was not a replica, but the real Yamato, another real Yamato. And the Yamato that had fused with Nero was also humming inside Nero's body. Obviously, it also felt a sense of disbelief and strangeness. At this time, Hades slowly stood up with the support of the blade. He looked at Nero with a complicated expression. "If possible, I really don't want you to know, but what?" Nero was even more curious. Hades sighed at this time. "I have to go. Big sister." After that, Hades held the Yamato in his hand and directly waved at the blades that were blocking the periphery. A gap suddenly appeared in the circle of blades. Nero opened her mouth wide, as if she didn't know what to do. But Hades didn't want to waste more time with Nero. The moment the gap appeared, he directly turned into a plume of black smoke and rushed into the gap. Nero suddenly shivered. Without saying a word, she stretched out her hand and grabbed at Hades, who had turned into the black mist. A magical scene happened. Hades, who had rushed out desperately, flew back at this moment. Moreover, during the process of flying back, a long saber even flew out from the black mist that Hades transformed into and finally flew directly into Nero's hand. The gap that had been opened closed once again. Hades once again staggered and fell to his knees. He was about to rush out, but the exit had been closed once again. He suddenly felt a wave of powerlessness. Nero didn't care about the miserable situation of Hades at this time. Instead, she stared at the long saber in her hand. "Yamato, what the hell? Is this really my Yama blade?" She actually felt her own soul imprint on the Yamato that she had taken from Hades. This thing really belonged to her. That was why it had obediently returned to the hands of its real owner when she had casually searched for it. Nero waved the saber in her hand casually and frowned. "But why is this broken thing so weak? Where's the saber spirit?" The blade was dim and not as active as Yamato, which had merged with her. Instead, it looked like a damaged, defective product. Nero's frown gradually loosened. She remembered that the Yamato had never been damaged in history until it was given to her by the club. So there was only one possibility for this broken Yamato that had her soul imprint and was in a damaged state. This broken Yamato came from the future. You're a grown-up brat. Nero suddenly looked at Hades, who had fallen to the ground not far away, showing a shocked expression. Hades's expression changed, and then he closed his mouth tightly. A trace of panic flashed in his eyes, and then he resolutely took out a black box from his body. It was more like a remote control than a box. It was only half the size of a palm, with 2 prototype buttons in blue and red. At this time, Hades was obviously going to press the button on this remote control, but Nero was faster than him at this time. Flash! Hades only felt that the palm holding the remote control suddenly loosened. When he reacted, the remote control in his hand had fallen into Nero's hand. At the same time, Hades even felt a sharp pain from his back. It turned out that Nero not only took away the remote control in his hand at this time, but also nailed his back directly with the damaged Yamato. This thing is not a remote control like a bomb, right? Nero waved the remote control in his hand in front of Hades casually. Death got up, are you kidding me? What's the use of this thing in the end? Give it back to me. Hades suddenly became very flustered at this time. His flustered appearance actually reminded Nero of Joe's flustered appearance. Their expressions were actually so similar. Nero frowned. What do you want to do? Give it back to me. Hades struggled desperately, reaching out his hands. You can't touch this thing. You can't touch it. I'm wrong. I shouldn't be here. I'm wrong. Please give it back to me. Give it back to me. Nero's eyes turned, suddenly squatting down. Is this thing really important to you? Yes. Hades nodded solemnly. I'm not kidding. This thing really can't be touched casually, or I don't know what the consequences will be. It's so dangerous. Nero was startled and threw the remote control to the beach. You dash! Hades suddenly opened his mouth wide. After a while, he said angrily, Why are you always so willful? I lied to you. It's still here. Nero stuck out her tongue, then spread out her palm. The remote control was still lying quietly in her palm. Hades breathed a sigh of relief. But in the next moment, his expression froze directly. He saw Nero's finger at this time, pressing the red button on the remote control directly with a smile. Chirp dash! Boom dash! Hades's mind suddenly went blank. He stared blankly at the button that had been pressed, opened his mouth, and muttered to himself in a daze. Why is it still like this? Nero looked around in confusion, but nothing happened. She couldn't help but feel strange secretly. Big sister, am I dead? At this moment, Joe, who was placed aside, suddenly woke up and ran quickly to Nero. Oh, you're awake. Nero said, subconsciously. Chapter 1465. When she pressed the button and the light appeared, Nero didn't feel any attack, but she instinctively felt a very dangerous aura, or rather, she felt a terrifying power. In front of this kind of power, she would not have any ability to resist. In front of this terrifying power, she would become no different from an ant. This was a mighty power that could treat all things as ants. Perhaps her cultivation was still shallow, so she couldn't tell what this power was, but she had already remembered this feeling. After the light disappeared, Nero frowned and subconsciously looked up at the surroundings and the sky. Joe was beside her, but he fainted once. Hades stood blankly at this moment, as if he was an empty shell that had lost his soul. Plop! Hades suddenly knelt on the ground, his hands trembling as he grabbed the soil on the ground. Why is it soil? They were clearly on the beach before this. They should be grabbing sand. But in fact, the place where they were now looked like a gray wasteland. Not only that, but the sea was also gone, and even the sky was dark red. The wind was filled with the pungent smell of sulfur and flint all the time. The earth seemed to have been completely baked, and the high temperature made Nero feel a little uncomfortable. Okay, can you tell me now what's going on with you? Nero dispelled the Yama transformation and looked straight at Hades at this moment. Hades found that Nero was so serious at this time, or rather normal. She was no longer crazy, deranged. It was as if she had suddenly become a normal person, a person who was forcing herself to remain calm. But Hades was already silent at this time. He lowered his head, thinking about something. Nero frowned, then looked at the remote control in her hand. Since this remote control brought us here, when I press the blue button again, can I go back to the original place? Hades raised his head and asked curiously, "How did you come to this conclusion?" Nero said matter-of-factly, "Because there are only two buttons here. The red button brought me to this damn place. Can't the blue button send me back?" Hades opened his mouth. In fact, Nero's statement was logically correct. It was very reasonable, and he couldn't even find a way to refute it. It doesn't look like it. Nero shook her head. Could it be that if I press the blue button, I will go to a farther place? Farther is indeed farther, Hades suddenly said, but it's indeed a more distant future, not a more distant place. Future. Nero immediately raised her head and stared at Hades. But Hades said at this time, "The blue is the future and the red is the past. The moment you press it, if you don't have any special thoughts in your heart, then it will teleport you to a certain time period in the past or the future. The power of this remote control is beyond your imagination. It's not exaggerated to describe it as a divine artifact." Divine artifact. Nero shrugged and suddenly clenched her palm, forcefully. Seeing Nero's action, Hades raised his voice. "Don't mess around. It is very fragile." Nero opened her palm expressionlessly, and the remote control was safe and sound. I have never heard of a divine artifact that can be crushed so easily. This divine artifact is really too weak. However, why should I believe what you said? Just because I was suddenly transferred to another place, you want me to believe that I have returned to the past now? Blue forward, red backward. Nero clearly remembered that her hand was itching to press the red button. Facing Nero's question, Hades said indifferently, "Perhaps you have more or less felt it in your heart. The great power you experienced when traveling is the power of time." This time, it was Nero's turn to be silent. Hades sighed and said, "In addition to the power of time, what other power can make all creatures mortals, non-humans, and even gods become equal in front of it?" "What you said makes sense." Nero suddenly swung her neck to the side, and her neck made two popping sounds. "Then with your weak level, how can you get this divine artifact?" The power of time should indeed be awe-inspiring. Even Nero believed that no one could control the power of time. But for some reason, she subconsciously thought that if it was her current master, there might be a way. But obviously, the person who had a way would not be Hades in front of her. Hades was really too weak. Compared to Teacher Poulin, he was much weaker. I promised that I would never reveal the origin of this remote control. Hades sighed slowly. Moreover, once I reveal its existence, this remote control will disappear. Although I have never tried it, I obviously don't want to take this risk. Especially now. I don't know what time in the past we have been teleported to. But in fact, you know where this is, right? Nero suddenly narrowed her eyes. She was unfamiliar with this place, but at the same time, she could feel that Hades was familiar with this place. "This is the underworld." Hades took a deep breath, looked straight at Nero, and said, "Didn't you ask me where I got the power of death?" "It's this place, it's here. Underworld." "Underworld?" Nero frowned. Hades said, "You can understand that this is the place where the real master of the underworld, Hades, lives. I found part of the power left by Hades here, and inherited this part of power." "So God is also dead?" Nero said sarcastically, "As Hades, the god who controls death, he also died. This is really interesting." Hades. Old Ha opened his mouth, but in the end he didn't know what to say. Nero was right. As Hades, who controlled death, he also died in the end. This was indeed a big joke. Nero shook her head. She suddenly carried Joe on her shoulder. It seemed that she was ready to leave. Old Ha asked subconsciously, "What are you going to do?" Nero said matter-of-factly, "Of course I'm going to find a living thing and ask to see if you are lying. Just by feeling, you can say that this is the past. Do you think I'm a little girl who can be tricked into a hotel with a popsicle?" Hades smiled bitterly, but Nero directly transformed into a silver-gray leopard, preparing to run into the dark red sky. But something unexpected happened. Nero, who had just completed the transformation, fell to the ground at once. She quickly returned to her original appearance, and even her face looked a little pale. "And my power?" Hades stepped forward, reached out to pull Nero up, and said, "Do you think there is no price to pay for activating the remote control? Every time it is activated, it will consume a lot of power. You are really amazing. You can still jump around after activating it for the first time. After I activated it for the first time, I couldn't move for a whole day and night." Nero didn't touch Old Ha's palm, but stood up slowly. "Have you activated it many times?" "Several times," Old Ha said casually. Nero looked at this guy quite seriously. "I'm afraid several times is just a conservative statement, right? If it consumes such a huge amount of power every time." Nero suddenly understood why Old Ha was so weak in his imagination. This guy probably used most of his power in time travel if this remote control did have the ability to travel through time. Although the consumption was indeed unexpected to Nero, if she really traveled back to the past, the price was only to drain most of her power, which was actually an acceptable price. She did not lose this part of her power permanently, but she didn't know why it became very slow to recover. But without this remote control, even if she was hundreds of times stronger, Nero didn't think she could break the barrier of time and travel between the past and the future at will. Therefore, what made Nero afraid was actually the power of this remote control itself, and the person who made it. After all, the remote control was just a prop. It must be made by the person who made it. The person who made it gave it this ability to travel, which meant that the person who made it had the ability to control the past and the future. Although it was through pressing a button to achieve the past and future travel, it was still borrowing the power of this maker after all. Nero's own power was probably just a switch to open this power. Thinking of this, she couldn't help but be very interested in the maker who made this remote control. She once carefully looked at the remote control in her hand. Pa! Just as Hades's heart skipped a beat, Nero directly lifted the battery cover behind the remote control. You didn't hear it wrong. She did lift the battery cover and saw two number 7 batteries inside a certain battery. This is... Old Ha leaned over at this time and watched Nero take out the battery behind the remote control in surprise. Nero ignored Hades and directly stuffed the battery in her hand into her mouth. This made Old Ha's face twitch for a while, but soon Nero spat out the battery she swallowed again and said slowly, "Hey, this thing is really a battery and it has no power." "Oh, this thing is really a battery and it has no power." "Youths, be careful," Old Ha reminded cautiously. "Haven't you taken this thing apart?" Nero stared at him in disbelief. Who dares to take apart this dangerous and strange artifact for no reason? What if it can't be put back after being taken apart? What if it becomes unusable after being put back? Can this remote control still be used now? There's nothing new. Nero looked at Old Ha's appearance at this time and shook her head. The name Hades is quite famous. I didn't expect it to be inherited by a coward. The title, King of Hell, is already crying. It's not like I want to inherit it. Old Ha snorted coldly at this time. Ayu? Nero suddenly showed a surprised look at this time. Then she clapped her hands and said, "So that's the case. No wonder you look like a retard." Old Ha was startled. Then he seemed to think of something. He suddenly reached out and touched his cheek, looking at his own body. Nero had always seen Old Ha as an adult, but at this time, Old Ha looked much younger. Or rather, this was Old Ha's original appearance. It was a young man who looked to be around 14 or 15 years old. Clearly, his adult appearance was just a disguise. Nero subconsciously glanced at Joe, who was still on her shoulder at this time. Old Ha's current young appearance was 70% to 80% similar to Joe. Why did you dress up as Poulin? Nero subconsciously reached out and pinched Old Ha's face. At this moment, Old Ha didn't resist at all. Even when Nero pinched his cheek, he seemed to be absent-minded, until Nero changed the pinch into a slap. She directly slapped Old Ha's face. Why did you hit me? Old Ha covered his cheek, and his young voice was full of grievance. I'm sorry, Nero said apologetically. Seeing your infatuated look, I couldn't help it. Too much, Old Ha said bitterly. Suddenly, chee-chee-chee-chee-chee, the sound of breaking through the air came, instantly interrupting the communication between Nero and Old Ha. Nero frowned at this time and kicked Old Ha away in an instant. At the same time, she jumped back hard. After that, several fireballs the size of a face fell from the sky and then exploded. The power was not weak. After dodging the fireball attack, Nero looked up at the sky and saw a three-headed monster under the dark red sky. Not only did the monster have 3 dog heads, but it even had a long dragon tail on its lower body. As for the hair on its head and back, it was all coiled poisonous snakes. This appearance reminded Nero of the name of the legendary monster guarding the gate of the underworld. Cerberus, Cerberus. I heard someone discussing the name of my great master, the master of the underworld, Hades. The 3-headed monster in the sky opened its mouth at this time and made a fierce voice. You dare to blaspheme the name of Hades in the underworld. I will punish you. Didn't you say that Hades is dead? Nero blinked. Cerberus said angrily, You are dead. My master is in the palace of the underworld. Chapter 1466. My master is in the palace of the underworld. Cerberus's voice echoed under the dark sky. The surrounding temperature was still hot, but Old Ha felt a chill. Ran. ENW? W? W. What? Hades is not dead yet? This. His eyes were filled with disbelief, or perhaps it was more accurate to say that he was terrified. His expression suddenly became agitated as he took a step forward and waved his hand. This is impossible. Hades has fallen. I saw it with my own eyes. Boom! Cerberus spat out a few powerful fireballs from its mouth. The fireball exploded right next to Old Ha, and the shockwave from the explosion made it hard for him to stand still. Ignorant thing! How dare you blaspheme my greater master in front of the great Cerberus? Unforgivable! Faced with Cerberus's angry roar, Old Ha suddenly shuddered. His expression suddenly became flustered. Then he suddenly looked up and saw Cerberus swooping down. This is the time when Hades was still here. I actually came here. He suddenly looked at Nero because he knew that it was Nero who had activated the remote control this time. The power drawn from the remote control also came from Nero. Facing Old Ha's glare at this time, Nero stuck out her tongue and bought some cuteness. Then she pointed to the sky and said, You are in danger. Why are you still looking at me? Old Ha took a deep breath at this time, then gritted his teeth. As if he thought of something at this moment, he took a deep look at Joe, who fainted on Nero's shoulder. Then his body suddenly turned into black smoke. At this time, Cerberus had already fallen to the ground. Its huge claws mercilessly and accurately tore at Old Ha. Rumble! Like a huge rock crashing into the ground, the earth trembled slightly. Amidst the billowing smoke and dust, Cerberus slowly walked out. It shook the 3 heads on its neck at the same time, then looked around in confusion. In the end, it did not succeed in attacking Old Ha, and now it could not even find Old Ha's trace. But this did not make Cerberus feel strange. Anyway, some creatures in hell also had the ability to be invisible. What made it feel strange was that it felt some aura similar to its master, the great Nether King from Old Ha. But Cerberus searched around with its nose and could not find Old Ha again. He had probably escaped far away. You got lucky. If I meet you next time. Damn guy. You idiot. You actually let the guy who blasphemed against Master escape. I will tell Master. Why am I sharing a body with you two idiots? I alone am more than enough for this body. Cerberus's 3 heads began to blame each other, and even the smell of gunpowder gradually became stronger. Seeing this, Nero blinked and then quietly raised her hands, intending to sneak away from Cerberus. Her current state was really terrible. Her strength was almost exhausted, and she did not know when she could recover. In fact, Nero could not even feel any signs of her strength recovering at this time. Therefore, with the principle of fighting if she could win, calling her parents if she could not win, escaping if she could not call her parents, she decisively chose the latter. In order to make it easier to escape, Nero even threw Joe to the ground. How dare you run away? But before Nero could take a few steps, the opinions of the 3 Cerberus who were quarreling suddenly became highly unified. Cerberus suddenly jumped directly in front of Nero. The sound waves of Cerberus' roars blew Nero's hair back. The saliva mixed in the sound waves directly covered Nero's face. 3 heads, 6 eyes. At this moment, it directly lowered its head and stared at Nero. Nero reached out and wiped its face. After that, it blinked and revealed a fawning smile, saying obediently, Cerberus Appa, I wonder if you need someone to warm your bed? Humph. Cerberus snorted coldly at this time. She slapped down with her claws and pressed Nero to the ground. Nero immediately screamed. After that, Cerberus closed her claws and grabbed Nero. At the same time, she also grabbed Joe and rushed into the sky. Nero spat out a few mouthfuls of sand at this time and said pitifully, Really? Cerberus Appa, don't be so violent. Be gentle. I will make you very comfortable. Cerberus didn't listen at all. She exerted force with her claws and directly grabbed Nero into a ball. If she was not a black soul envoy, she would have probably become a ball of mush. Cerberus Appa, I will definitely hack you to death in the future. I swear. The voice gradually faded away. Finally, the Cerberus disappeared into the dark sky. On the ground, just at the place where Cerberus, Nero, and Old Ha met, a trace of black smoke suddenly emerged from the gap in the soil. They finally converged, then gradually turned into a human appearance. Old Ha! At this time, Old Ha was silently looking in the direction where Cerberus had disappeared. He seemed to have sunk into deep thought. Suddenly, Old Ha grabbed his head with both hands. Then he seemed to be upset about something, and then he knelt on the ground weakly. Suddenly, do you really want this ability? You have to know that time is a circle, but where you go, the starting point is also the end. You may not be able to change anything at all, I understand. Even so, you're still determined to obtain this power, aren't you? Dear customer, in his mind he recalled what that person had said a long time ago. Now that he thought about it, it was like what he had said yesterday. But at that time, he didn't believe that things would eventually become like this. It shouldn't be like this. It shouldn't be like this. Old Ha stood up abruptly, gritted his teeth, and clenched his fists. Time is a circle, and the starting point is the end? I don't believe it. I will definitely change all of this. He seemed to suddenly recover his spirit. Then he quickly chased in the direction where Cerberus disappeared. According to legend, the 3-headed hound of hell was the guardian monster that guarded the gate of the underworld. Cerberus's duty was indeed to guard the gate of the underworld, but most of the time it was unwilling to stay in front of the gate of the underworld. Instead, it preferred to wander in hell. Soon, Cerberus came to a palace built in a crack. At the bottom of the crack was flowing magma. The heat here was obviously more intense than outside. Cerberus, who fell into the palace, through Nero, who was caught on the floor. Then, it pressed the white-haired woman with its claws again. She was too noisy, and her mouth did not stop at all along the way. It knew that even if this woman was pressed into a pile of meat paste, she probably would not die. Therefore, its claws exerted a little force until it felt that Nero's body had turned into a pile of things. Then it stopped exerting force. The main thing was that Nero was no longer croaking at this time. The world seemed to have become quiet all of a sudden. At this time, a servant in the form of a ghost flew out from the palace. The master of Underworld, the palace where Hades, the god of death, lived naturally, could not only have the god of death. This place obviously needed servants, a large number of servants. Lady Cerberus, did you sneak out from the gate again? The servant approached Cerberus and looked at it curiously. What did you catch back? A child? What's this pile of things? Cerberus did not intend to talk nonsense with the servant at this moment and asked directly, Where's the master? I have something to ask him. The great master of Underworld is meeting important guests at this time. The servant hurriedly said respectfully, The master of Underworld ordered that no one is to enter and disturb him during this period. Important guests? Cerberus looked at the servant suspiciously at this time. Then it moved its nose and sniffed around. Why don't I smell the scent of outsiders? Are you deceiving me? The ghost servant hurriedly said in horror, Even if I, Hercules, were given the courage, I would not dare to deceive you. Lady Cerberus, this is indeed the master of Underworld's order. There are indeed 2 guests here. 2 of them? Cerberus frowned. Obviously, it also believed that a little ghost servant did not have the courage to deceive it. What it wondered was who would come to this godforsaken place. As for its master, the master of Underworld, to put it bluntly, he was a loner. He could even become enemies with his own brothers, let alone friends. What do the 2 of them look like? Cerberus asked directly. The ghost servant hesitated for a moment, thinking that the master of Underworld only ordered not to enter and did not say not to reveal the appearance of the guests. So it whispered, Lady Cerberus, actually, I don't know the origin of the guests. After all, I have only worked here for 40 years, which is too short. I can describe the appearance of these 2 guests. Why can't I remember what they look like? Roar. The Cerberus roared again, and the shockwave from its roar almost blew the spirit away. Spirit, you've successfully angered me. Great Cerberus, Lady Cerberus is going to eat you now. It's true. Lady Cerberus, I swear I'm not lying. The ghost servant begged for mercy in horror. I clearly remember their appearance just now, but their appearance suddenly became blurred from my memory. Now, I can only remember a rough idea. Cerberus did not listen at all. Its 3 heads opened at the same time, revealing dense and sharp teeth. A man and a woman. The ghost servant quickly said, A man and a woman. A man wearing a tuxedo, and a woman wearing a black and white made costume. Very polite. They are all very polite. Lady Cerberus. That's all I can remember now. Cerberus. Lady. The ghost servant could not continue speaking because its body had been directly torn apart by Cerberus. Then, the 3 heads directly swallowed the torn ghost into their respective mouths. How dare you tease Lady Cerberus? You are courting death. Cerberus snorted coldly at this time, and then it was slightly stunned. Its 3 heads lowered at the same time and looked at its feet. There should have been a puddle of black, mud-like things here. Nero had disappeared at some point. This damn woman. Cerberus could not help but roar at the sky. That hateful woman actually sneaked away while it was talking with the ghost servant. At this time, of course, she had to sneak away. It should be here, but why does it feel a little strange? Nero quietly wandered in this huge palace built in the crack, looking around, as if she was looking for something, looking for the boss and the black-hearted maid. Nero had heard the conversation between Cerberus and the ghost servant. According to the ghost servant's description, Nero almost could not hold back and wanted to shout hooray on the spot. The man and woman described by the ghost servant were obviously its master and the black-hearted maid. As for why the boss and the maid appeared here, and even chatted with the master of the underworld. Nero was too lazy to care about this matter. She was just curious about the club's business, that it did not even let go of the underworld market. She did not even doubt the authenticity of this matter, because she did feel the aura of the club, and it was very strong. Although there were too many differences, the essence had not changed. With this feeling, Nero quickly came to the door of a door, and the source of the aura was behind this door. In fact, in addition to the two familiar feelings of the club, Nero even felt a very terrifying aura. She felt some of this aura from Poulin and Old Ha, but both Old Ha and Poulin were several levels lower than the one behind this door. Is it really the real Hades? Nero frowned, then pushed the door in front of her with force. Squeak! The door slowly opened, and a mist-like gas slowly spread out from the floor. Nero could not help but shiver, but at this time, she said to the three figures sitting inside, "Yo, boss, I'm here. Did you miss me?" The room behind the door was silent at this time. The mist gradually dispersed, and one of the three figures suddenly said, "Boss, is this the new employee in your shop? I think she seems to be very similar to your employees, so I let her walk in." Nero finally saw the appearance of the man called the boss. Her mouth opened slightly at once. "Eleanor," the boss slowly said at this time, "is this also the black soul in our shop? I have created a lot of messengers recently. Maybe I don't remember clearly, but she does have the power of black soul. Help me take a look." "Yes, master." The one who spoke was a beautiful woman in a black and white maid costume, but she was not the one Nero was familiar with. Yu Yi, and the boss was obviously not Boss Luo. Chapter 14, 67. Inside the door, when the fog gradually descended, a total of 3 figures appeared. One of them was sitting on a magma throne, and the strong aura of death was coming from him. As soon as Nero saw the other party, the name Hades appeared in her mind. King of Hell, Grim Reaper, and other titles like this also poured into her cognition at this moment. She knew his name and the reason for his existence when she saw him. The unification of legends could be called God. Hades was such a god. But what about the other two? Although the man didn't sit on the throne, he was on the same level as Hades. He didn't belong to the legendary Hades much. He was the owner, but the owner wasn't her master? Nero's mind was blank at this moment. As for the conversation between Hades and the owner, she didn't seem to hear it clearly. Or rather, she actually heard it, but she couldn't understand the content of the conversation. She suddenly fell into some kind of cognitive disorder. It wasn't until the beauty, who was also wearing a maid costume, slowly walked in front of her that Nero suddenly shuddered, and her consciousness was suddenly released from some kind of freeze. She finally woke up, but at the same time, she was brought out of the door by the woman named Eleanor. The door began to close again. At the end of the closing, Nero seemed to hear some conversation between the king of hell, Hades, and the shop owner. It seemed to be Hades' voice. It seemed to be some kind of discussion. The income from this underworld is not very good. As for the rent on the contract, I don't know if it's possible. As for whether it was possible or not, Nero couldn't hear it clearly because the door was completely closed at this time, and the person in front of her was the maid named Eleanor. Eleanor was looking at Nero expressionlessly at this time, as if she was thinking about something. Nero was the type who was very good at easing the atmosphere. At this time, she blinked and smiled slightly. "I know a person who is very similar to you. She's also a maid. Maybe you two know each other?" Eleanor still didn't speak, and her flickering eyes seemed to be able to see through all of Nero's thoughts. But she suddenly frowned and reached out to grab Nero in front of her. Nero suddenly shouted, "The maid I know is not so rude. Cough, cough, cough." At this moment, Eleanor said in a low voice, "The composition of the body is indeed the source of the foreign body. According to the amount of usage, it is the second highest level. What is your name?" "And I, Nero." Eleanor said indifferently, I think you don't have the courage to lie to me, right, madam? But in fact, I will record all the Black Soul envoys that are of the second highest level or above. But why can't I find your record here? But in fact, my life spirit is indeed hidden in the Ark of the Covenant. If you can open the Ark of the Covenant. Nero forcefully grabbed Eleanor's hand. Her neck was currently being grabbed by the other party, and this kind of contact actually made her feel a suffocating pain. Nero couldn't relax at all. Are you talking about this? Eleanor casually waved her hand. On the gray floor, a huge black cabinet actually floated in front of Nero. The Ark of the Covenant, the box that stored all the life lamps of the Black Soul envoys. It's a pity that your life lamp is not in the Ark of the Covenant. Miss Nero, right? Eleanor said indifferently, "This is really the Ark of the Covenant." Nero was taken aback. She felt some kind of horror, but at the same time her mind was extremely jumpy. She even quickly thought of an impactful answer from the confusing situation in front of her. Is this really the past? You are the former boss and maid? The past? Eleanor's expression softened a little, and she frowned for the first time. Madam, are you sure you used the word in the past when you were sober? In fact, I also hope that I am not awake now. Nero couldn't help but laugh bitterly. She also felt very desperate, but the truth was right there. It seems that there seems to be some cognitive dissonance between us. Eleanor quickly calmed down from her doubts. But it doesn't matter. I will correct it immediately. You are indeed a Black Soul envoy. But since you are a Black Soul envoy, how can your life lamp not be stored in the Ark of the Covenant? Again, Nero suddenly became agitated. She could already feel the pain of her soul beginning to split. She was indeed a Black Soul envoy, personally transformed by Boss Luo. She had already split her soul once and stored it in the Ark of the Covenant. She did not want to experience such pain again. But the Ark of the Covenant's absorption of the Black Soul envoy soul was like an irreversible process. She had no chance of resisting at all. After quickly activating the remote control, she was obviously in her weakest state. Otherwise, a three-headed hellhound would not have been able to capture her so easily. In fact, it was not certain who was bullying who. But the pain of her soul splitting did not appear. Soon, Nero could no longer feel the pull of the Ark of the Covenant. It had slowly sunk into the floor. She looked at Eleanor in bewilderment, but she saw that there was no expression on the other party's face. She slowly said, "Master said to temporarily stop dealing with you. He has some things to ask you personally, after the discussion with Hell King is over. So before that, please wait quietly." Nero heaved a sigh of relief and sat down. No matter what, it was good that she did not have to split her soul for the time being. That's really too disgraceful. Unexpectedly, Eleanor suddenly shook her head. Her calm expression suddenly turned into one of disdain. This gave Nero an ominous premonition. Soon, her premonition came true. Her body stood up under an irresistible force. After that, the place where she was standing suddenly split open, leaving only a space about the size of half a foot for her to stand. She had to maintain a straight posture to maintain her balance. And what flowed under the crack was bright red magma. What a joke! How could a Black Soul envoy's body be afraid of magma? It's not magma below, it's an incinerator. At this time, Eleanor said indifferently, "This is a furnace used to refine the source of foreign bodies. Of course, occasionally it will be used to recycle disobedient Black Soul envoys." All right, Black Soul envoys are still afraid of magma. Nero suddenly shuddered. How could this maid be worse than the one at home? Threatening her like this? Stand still. Don't let this dictionary fall. At this time, Eleanor flipped her palm and placed a dictionary as thick as a brick on top of Nero's head. If the dictionary falls, the pillar you're standing on will also break. Nero's eyes suddenly widened. Looking at Eleanor in front of her, the corner of her mouth could not help but twitch. Boss, I don't want to play anymore. I want to go home. Come and save me. Boss. But no matter how she called out in her heart, she was completely unable to get a clear connection with her master. As a black soul envoy, the connection between her and her master became intermittent and faintly discernible. The door finally opened slowly. Nero, who had to maintain her balance every second, saw the door opening at this time. Her mind relaxed, and she almost let the dictionary on top of her head fall. She was so scared that she quickly restrained her spirit and tried to maintain her balance. When the door opened, Eleanor walked slowly to the door, bowed, and waited for her master to come out. Thank you for your generosity, boss. No matter what, I'll pay back the missing part as soon as possible. On the side, she also heard the slightly pale voice of Hades. At this time, Hades was accompanying the boss out, or it could be said that he personally sent him off. When Hades and the boss came out, they naturally saw the scene in front of them. Boss, what is this, envoy? Hades couldn't help but frown. The boss smiled slightly and said indifferently, the staff in the shop is a little unruly, so I just punished them slightly. Don't worry about it. Then, we'll visit again at the next deadline, Hades. Of course. You've always been the most punctual one. Hades's expression was slightly tense, but in the end he sent them off with a smile. After that, the ice shop owner and the maid Eleanor did not stay. After Eleanor removed Nero's temper teaching, she directly grabbed her and left the Nether King's palace with the shop owner. Not long after, the three heads of hell hurried over from Cerberus and bumped into the Hell King Hades, who was obviously not in a good mood. However, the gatekeeper of hell did not seem to realize this. He said sternly, Great Master, when I was patrolling the mansion of the dead, I met a few creatures who dared to blaspheme you. It's too much, and I've already... dash! At this time, the great divine power of death directly turned into black lightning and struck Cerberus. It even directly struck her out of the palace of Hades. Cerberus, who was struck out of the palace by the black lightning, suddenly saw stars. She hurriedly raised her three heads and saw that above the palace of Hades, dark clouds gathered and turned into the appearance of Hades. If you dare to leave your post without permission next time, I don't mind changing the guardian of the gate of the mansion of the dead. Get out, dash! The three heads of hell, who came in high spirits, didn't dare to speak at this time. Facing the anger of Hades, it could only tuck its tail in horror and didn't dare to say anything. It left the palace of Hades dejectedly. As for the human child that was caught by it, Cerberus expressed that it didn't dare to stay now. As for the life and death of the human child, anyway, it didn't need to care about him. He would naturally die in a few days. After all, this was the mansion of the dead. After Hades's lightning strike, his mood didn't improve. Instead, he became more irritable, who said that gods didn't have worries. They were actually only gods in the eyes of humans, but they were very clear that they were just a species that was more advanced than humans. Calling themselves gods was just a kind of deception to themselves. God! Hades raised his head and looked at the dark sky of the mansion of the dead. What is it? We can only be regarded as false gods at most. I'm afraid my mansion of the dead won't last long. What about you? How long can you sit on the throne of Olympus? We who don't dare to go out in the end still. Shaking his head, the king who ruled the mansion of the dead slowly walked alone in the empty palace of the mansion of the dead with his hands behind his back. He had long been used to this kind of deathly quiet environment. After all, in the mansion of the dead, death was the only companion. In the eyes of humans, this place was the eternal resting place. Suddenly, the Nether King stopped in his tracks. This was because he discovered a living being that shouldn't exist here. Calling it a living being was a bit inappropriate. As the Nether King, he could tell that the other party should be dead with a single glance. Hades couldn't help but frown. He looked at the child in front of him, who was only about 5 years old. Joe. He looked around blankly. Since he woke up, he found himself in a strange place. His big sister was gone and he was alone. Everything here was so huge. Huge pillars, huge floors, huge doors. It was dark, and the air was filled with the smell of sulfur. "What's your name?" "Joe. From now on, you'll stay here and accompany me." Hades thought at this moment, and an idea suddenly appeared in his mind. "Remember my name." "Hades." "Joe." Joe was still at a loss. Finally, it came to a stop above a huge wasteland floating in the middle of nothingness. Nero saw a group of monsters passing by like a grand formation above her head. She subconsciously opened her mouth. "This is the crevice of the dimension. These are the void original demons." After leaving the Nether King's palace, the store manager and the maid Eleanor tore through space and entered this void. "Oh, you also know about the crevice of the dimension and the void original demons?" The store manager sized up Nero at this moment. "Eleanor, if I remember correctly, only the highest level Black Soul envoys can come into contact with the dimensional crevice, right?" The maid Eleanor nodded and said, "Master, she calls herself Nero. According to the amount of foreign origin in her body, she belongs to the second highest level of Black Soul. According to the rules, she indeed has no right to come into contact with the dimensional crevice. I've never been here before. I only know what Taisetsu Appa said." Nero shrugged and said, "He was forced to kill monsters to level up in the dimensional crevice. He was bored and told me about this, so I learned about it." "Taisetsu?" The store manager was stunned and subconsciously looked at the maid Eleanor beside him. The latter slowly shook her head. "Taisetsu Appa is powerful. He's the wielder of the Jeanlu sword. I can't defeat him no matter what." "Jeanlu's sword?" The maid Eleanor was slightly taken aback at this moment. Then she flipped her hand, and a simple bronze long sword slowly appeared on her palm. Nero instantly widened her eyes. "Jeanlu's sword? Are you guys really?" Eleanor couldn't help but frown at this moment and subconsciously looked at her master, store manager. She saw that the store manager was frowning at this moment, but soon the store manager relaxed his brows. He stretched out his finger and lightly hooked it at Nero. At this moment, the remote control hidden in Nero's body directly rushed out of her body and landed in the store manager's hand. The store manager held the remote control in his hand and sized it up for a moment. "Master, this is?" The store manager said softly, "It seems like this is a small gift from the next owner. ######PS. According to Boss Wudong's statistics, the specific number is 54. Chapter 1468. This is a small gift from the next owner." When she heard the words from the shop owner, Eleanor's expression changed slightly. Obviously, she knew what the shop owner meant by next owner. This meant that the omnipotent shop owner would eventually change, and this change had already occurred in the future. And now the future shop owner had used some means to send this information to the current owner, the shop owner from the future. This could explain why Nero, who was also a Black Soul envoy, was not registered in the records, and her life lamp was not stored in the Ark of the Covenant, because Nero was also a Black Soul envoy from the future. "I know someone very much like you, Miss Servant, too." Suddenly, Nero's words appeared in Eleanor's mind, causing her to fall into deep thought. In the future, there might be a new maid, and this maid would replace her position and manage the Black Soul envoy of the shop. At this moment, when she looked at Nero again, there was something else in her eyes. This gaze made Nero frown subconsciously, but she hid it well. At least, she thought that she was not seen. "I wonder what this gift from the future shop owner is," Eleanor suddenly asked in a low voice. The current shop owner was silent at this moment. After a while, he said indifferently, "Actually, it's nothing much. It's just a simple greeting and telling me that I will definitely leave the shop in the future." "Confirm?" Eleanor was slightly stunned. Perhaps the shop owner already had the idea of leaving the shop? But when did he start to have this idea? Eleanor was not very clear about this. Although she had been a maid of the shop for some time, the shop owner had actually been in the shop longer than her. Even some of the black soul envoys in the shop had been in the shop longer than her. There were many things that she was still figuring out. Even so, after hearing the shop owner's answer, Eleanor instantly understood that she should not continue to ask. This was a major issue related to the change of the shop's sovereignty. It was far from something that a servant like her could handle. Nero, am I right? That shop owner looked at Nero and smiled indifferently. Although you were not personally transformed by me, in terms of time, you and the black soul envoys that I created can be considered to be of the same origin. If you don't mind, why don't you come to my shop? I'm very interested to know some things about the future shop owner from you. In the face of the invitation of the former shop owner, Nero immediately showed a respectful look and nodded cautiously and in awe. Unexpectedly, the shop owner shook his head slightly and said casually, "There's no need to pretend to be timid and stupid in front of me, because there's no need to. Don't you think that your stupid appearance will make me think that the new shop owner who will replace me in the future might be a guy with bad taste?" Nero's SSSSSS from what I see. It's the same origin, isn't it? The current shop owner smiled like a kind elder looking at a child. It seems that in the future you will like him very much. Nero shrugged and said indifferently, "Anyway, I don't hate it." "What about you? What do you hate?" The maid, Eleanor, suddenly asked. She didn't like Nero's current appearance. This appearance made Eleanor feel a completely different kind of impact from herself, as if she was some kind of natural enemy. "Hate what?" Nero blinked, then rested her head on her hands and looked up at the sky, at the primordial void demons flying through the dimensional crevice. "That's true. What do I hate? If I have to say it, I probably hate everything. All of them." Eleanor sneered. "Including yourself? Since it's everything, it must include my own. Little Miss Maid, your IQ is very high." Nero smiled cheekily. Eleanor, on the other hand, didn't argue with her. She thought about the future. In the future, the person who replaced her as the maid, how would she get along with Nero? Would she be so angry that her teeth would itch? She even thought of another thing, that was, Nero said that she hated everything, but she didn't hate the future shop owner. However, as a maid, Eleanor knew her place and didn't discuss anything about the shop owner, even though he was the future shop owner. Eleanor took a deep look at Nero and walked past her. She reached out and opened the passage to the real world. Then she said indifferently, "Then please, Miss Nero." I like to see the other party's helpless expression. At this moment, Nero directly gestured a heart to Eleanor and said in a sweet tone, "Love you." Eleanor shook her head. She didn't know what her future maid had done wrong for her to meet such a weirdo. No, if there is really a maid who replaces me, she must be trained by me. I must train her to be a lady. I must not allow a maid like Nero, who is like a wild animal, to manage the shop's black soul envoy. She quietly made up her mind. So she turned around and walked into the passage. Nero stuck out her tongue and followed in with a happy face. She didn't have the confused and frightened look at the beginning. Instead, she was clearly like a naughty child who came out for an excursion. After that, the shop owner also walked slowly into the passage, but he suddenly stopped in front of the passage. He glanced at the remote control in his hand and then looked back at the entire dimensional gap behind him. At this time, the current shop owner said in a low voice, "Interesting. In the future, do you want to change something? Or do you want me to do something? Or in the future, you finally realize the essence of Source?" He suddenly laughed softly, then put away the remote control and walked into the passage with his hands behind his back. From here, he returned to the modern world. Where is this? In the end, Nero still showed a dumbfounded look. After returning to the modern world through the passage opened by Eleanor, Nero was stunned. "Modern world, what's the problem?" "Eleanor, turned back, and asked indifferently. Nero opened her mouth and then walked forward. She was now in a building, and this building was probably nearly 1 kilometer high. In the world in front of her, tall buildings like this were everywhere, and there were a large number of pipes shuttling through the buildings. This was exactly the appearance of a super sci-fi, futuristic city. But that was not all. Nero raised her head and looked at the sky. Above the sky, she even saw another world, a world that had turned upside down. This is the modern world? Nero was completely shocked by the inverted world in front of her. At this time, Eleanor smiled slightly. Finally, something really scared this little black soul who didn't know the immensity of heaven and earth, right? She said indifferently, "This is the subworld 0063, an inverted civilized world. The existence of the upper world and the lower world at the same time. This is nothing strange. There are many similar subworlds. You will still." Unexpectedly, Nero suddenly cheered at this time and directly jumped from the top of the building to the inverted lower world, ignoring what Eleanor was saying at this time. What a wild animal. Eleanor shook her head, once again determined that if she had a successor in the future, she must teach them well. What a very energetic child. Suddenly, the voice of the shop owner came from behind Eleanor, and she quickly stood respectfully. The shop owner waved his hand, indicating that Eleanor could relax a little, and said indifferently, "Compared to this child, Eleanor is actually too reserved." Eleanor said indifferently, "As the master's personal maid, I must always pay attention to my words and actions." The shop owner thought for a while and said, "If that's the case, then I'm afraid I can only find a new maid. I don't like to be accompanied by people who are puppets, without their own thoughts." "Well, maybe I should really find a puppet to take the job of a maid. This way you can have more freedom, Eleanor." Eleanor didn't say anything. She clearly knew that this shop owner, Eswell, was above everything. Even if it was just a joke, it couldn't be taken lightly. It's all up to the master. The maid Eleanor nodded respectfully. The shop owner shook his head, then waved his hand. An invisible force caught Nero, who was jumping to the upper world, back. The shop owner said indifferently, "Little guy, if you want to play, I'll give you time in the future. Now, accompany me first." "There's a fee," Nero said with a smile. 800 for one time, double for one night." The shop owner didn't care at all. He just casually knocked Nero's head and smiled. "You don't belong to this era. Even if I give you achievement points, you can't exchange it for anything. However, I won't let you come here for nothing." "Wow, former shop owner, do you have something hanging on your thigh?" Nero didn't plan on keeping his integrity anymore. The current shop owner smiled at this time. It seemed like it was because he encountered something that made him happy. It wasn't the kind of indifferent and polite smile. It seemed like it came from the heart. The maid Eleanor was slightly startled in her memory. It seemed to be the first time the shop owner showed such an expression. Future. Why would he leave the shop in the future? Future. The new shop owner, who would take over from him in the future, what would he look like? Would he be easy to get along with? Future. Was there really a way to return to the past from the future? Or was there a way to go from the present to the future? Eleanor suddenly had an idea. Yes, as long as the price was enough, there would definitely be a way. With many questions, the maid Eleanor slowly followed the shop owner into the building under her feet. By the way, this building, which was the tallest building in subworld 0063, was currently the shop owner's property. The other identity of the shop owner was the CEO of the biggest company in this subworld. Of course, it was because he was bored. "Oh, right, Eleanor." Before entering the residence on the top floor of the building, the shop owner suddenly ordered with an expressionless face, "Provide 15% of the subworld's tax. The current transaction volume is still too little. We need to make the residents of the subworld more dissatisfied and yearning." "Yes, master." Eleanor nodded directly. Nero, who was behind him, blinked and looked at this scene with interest. This shop owner is probably a completely different type from my master, right? In the office of the building, the shop owner slowly sat down and asked casually, "What kind of person is the next shop owner?" Let me tell you, Nero's eyebrows were curved at this time. The master who converted me is a womanizer. Not only did he lay his hands on Miss Maid, but he also didn't let go of a small employee like me, and he also flirted with other women all day long. He. Listening to Nero's narration, the shop owner just smiled from time to time. He knew that the conversation with Nero wouldn't be too easy. The gate of the manor slowly opened, and Taisetsu seemed to have been waiting in front of the gate for a long time. When the beetle slowly drove in and finally parked in the garage, Taisetsu seemed to be completely relieved. Today is a lucky day for this supermarket to have a discount day. At this time, Boss Luo walked out of the car with 2 bags of things, and there was a satisfied smile on his face. Taisetsu silently took the big bags over. "How much do you like to shop in the supermarket? By the way, did anything happen in the manor today?" Luochio asked casually. He really didn't care about the manor's affairs. If he had been observing the manor's affairs, it was equivalent to a kind of distrust of Daz. This was obviously not conducive to the relationship between the owner and the employees. "Miss Luia hasn't woken up yet." Taisetsu thought for a while and said, "There's nothing special in the manor." "Oh yes, I entered the world of Master God Project today." "You used the experience card, right?" Miss Maid smiled slightly and said, "It's okay to experience it occasionally. Originally, Black Soul envoys have free experience time." Taisetsu nodded and then said, "But later I changed with Taiyinzi and let him come out." Miss Maid smiled slightly. Chapter 1469. At the same time, Taiyinzi, who was in the world of Master God Project, suddenly shuddered. He looked around but didn't find anything, so he buried himself in the drunken and dreamy environment he had created. "Changed? How did you change it?" Miss Maid asked with a smile. Daz said in a neither servile nor overbearing manner. He said that he had stayed in there for a long time, and he wanted to come out and get some fresh air. "I think that place must be guarded by at least one Black Soul envoy." Although Taiyinzi didn't say that the Master God Mountain needed a Black Soul envoy to maintain its stability, Taisetsu had already come to this conclusion after thinking for a while. Otherwise, Taiyinzi could have slipped out by himself. Why would he need to change with him? Indeed, the Black Soul envoy is needed to maintain its stability. Miss Maid nodded and said, "In fact, this setting was to punish Taiyinzi for running around before. But, since you guessed it, why did you agree with him?" Taisetsu was about to say something, but Boss Luo suddenly waved his hand and smiled. "Let's deal with the things we bought first. Why are we still standing outside and talking when we're home?" Miss Maid answered softly. She even obediently picked up the things and walked to the kitchen. Behind them, Boss Luo and Taisetsu were strolling slowly in the courtyard. The boss was becoming more and more like the head of the family, Taisetsu thought. At this time, he was slowly following Luochio, half a step behind. This seemed to be Taisetsu's position in himself. Luochio looked back and stopped at the same time. At this time, Taisetsu immediately approached and listened. "If it's Taiyinzi, he should tell you and ask you to keep it a secret." Boss Luo thought for a while and asked directly. Taisetsu nodded. That's what he said. Luochio paused. Looking at the neatly built courtyard, he smiled and said, "You know, my father's surname was not Luo, but he was adopted later. I didn't grow up in Luo village, so I have no feelings for the people in the village." Taisetsu said seriously, "Don't worry, boss. I've never thought of relying on this relationship. Besides, even if I had such thoughts, I've already—" Luochio waved his hand and interrupted Taisetsu's words. He shook his head and said, "To be honest, sometimes I even hope that you will have such thoughts. Sometimes you are too upright. Perhaps it would be a good thing if you were a little more crafty, like Taiyinzi. Of course, for me, it is also a good thing that you have always been upright. But the problem is, can you guarantee that you will always be upright?" Taisetsu was silent. It was not easy to figure out the master's meaning. He suddenly didn't understand what the boss wanted him to be. "It's not what I want you to be," Luaccio said indifferently. "It's what you want yourself to be. As Ganjin, you are already dead. You are now a black soul envoy. But even a black soul envoy is actually another kind of life." Taisetsu was thoughtful. Luoqiu smiled slightly at this time. "However, this is just my personal opinion, and I'm not forcing you. After all, as the black soul envoy, I can't even find anything to be picky about." Taisetsu was stunned, and then smiled bitterly. "Boss, you are really hard to please." "Call my name when we are alone," Luaccio suddenly said. Taisetsu opened his mouth, and then nodded seriously. He knew some things more or less. He knew that this young boss had just served as the shop owner for a short time. He was actually not old, one zodiacal younger than him. So he actually felt lonely too? Boss Luo suddenly said at this time, "You have been with me for a while. Go back to Luo village when you are free. After all, the things made by the magic mirror in the Master God project world are just fantasies." Taisetsu suddenly trembled and quickly bowed his head and said, "Boss, if I leave at this time, there will only be you Yi and Mississippi Yi. It doesn't seem very convenient. Let's talk about it later." Luaccio smiled and said, "Isn't there still Nero? Although she is a little active, it's not to the extent that she can't do anything." Unexpectedly, Taisetsu showed a blank expression at this time. He looked at Boss Luo curiously and asked, "Boss, Nero, who is that? Why do I have a familiar feeling, but I can't remember? There seems to be such a guy, but it also seems that there isn't such a guy." Luaccio suddenly looked at Taisetsu, and his eyes suddenly became deep. This made Taisetsu seem to have a suffocating feeling, as if his whole body was frozen. Boss Luo's eyes flashed away, but Taisetsu had a feeling of fatigue after fighting with tens of thousands of void original demons. His legs were as heavy as 2 mountains tied to them. "Boss?" Taisetsu asked tentatively. Luaccio shook his head. "Nothing, I just remembered that you don't know this guy. I'll introduce him to you in the future. Well, I'll give you a holiday after a while." "Okay." Taisetsu nodded. Boss Luo walked directly to Miss Maid. Taisetsu looked around in confusion and felt that something seemed to be missing. It seemed that there was a voice that was especially good at jumping and seeking death. "Nero, Nero. Who is that? Nero?" Miss Maid, who was preparing dinner ingredients in the kitchen, turned around and showed a curious expression. "The Nero master is referring to, is it Clodius, the Roman emperor?" Before this, Boss Luo walked into the kitchen and asked Miss Maid a question casually. "By the way, have you heard of Nero?" Hearing Miss Maid's answer, Boss Luo said calmly, "Do you know about this emperor?" Although she didn't know why the master was suddenly interested in this emperor in Roman history, Miss Maid still nodded. "I know something about him. Well, I remember there are some records of this emperor's transactions in the account book. Do you need me to find it?" "No need." Boss Luo smiled slightly. "I'll find it myself. After all, I'm looking forward to you Yez cooking tonight." Miss Maid smiled sweetly. After that, Boss Luo returned to his room and walked to the handicraft made by Loya with the castle model. He casually took out a part from the handicraft and played with it, and then thought about this strange thing. Nero's existence seemed to have disappeared from you, Yi and Taisetsu's memories. If for some reason the traces of Nero's existence were deleted, logically speaking, his memory of Nero should also be deleted. In this case, he couldn't say that Nero's existence was something he imagined. In fact, there was another way to prove whether Nero was imagined or real. That was to check whether Nero's life lamp existed in the Ark of the Covenant. The result was no. Nero's life lamp was not in the Ark of the Covenant. Search for information, Nero. The Divine General of the Michael Club. Keyword, tyrant. Boss Luo suddenly said in a low voice. His HP began to decrease, but it was negligible. Almost at the moment he said this, a sheepskin scroll appeared in Luaccio's hand. It recorded the information he bought this time, putting the parts removed from the handicraft back to their original places. Luaccio opened the sheepskin scroll on the table and read it carefully. Record frowny-faced tyrant Nero, one of the 12 divine generals of the Michael Club, has been killed by Gong Sun Shiyu in the Mount Tai incident. There was only one sentence on the sheepskin scroll. The information showed that Nero had been killed. Her successor did not become a Black Soul envoy. Calculate. Luaccio pondered for a moment and suddenly said in a low voice, the possibility of history changing. Another sheepskin scroll appeared in Luaccio's hand. He opened it and quickly glanced at it, then frowned and said in a low voice again, extract the transaction content. At this time, the third sheepskin scroll appeared in Boss Luo's hand. He opened it again. This time, Boss Luo frowned deeper, because the third sheepskin scroll actually said, the transaction content has been encrypted according to the customer's request. The owner does not have enough time to cancel the encryption request. Please continue to work hard. Keep up the good work. Boss Luo couldn't help opening his mouth. It seemed that the altar hadn't urged him to do business for a long time. After all, the Master God plan had been making a lot of money, and the profit was quite good. So was he being despised? Luaccio held the third sheepskin scroll and slowly paced in the room until the sunlight finally disappeared, and the ground was completely covered by the walking shadows. When the last light on the horizon disappeared, he said in a low voice, calculate the range of customers who have the ability to change history. Additional condition, the possibility of encryption permission exceeding my current HP. This time the sheepskin scroll did not appear immediately. Luaccio was not in a hurry. He had always been patient. He silently felt his HP decreasing. When the HP decreased to almost 1/3, the fourth sheepskin scroll finally appeared in his hand. Luaccio opened the scroll expressionlessly. After a casual glance, he was silent for a moment before he slowly put it away. In the end, the fourth sheepskin scroll and the previous scrolls directly turned into ashes. There is only one answer. Luaccio slowly sighed. There was only one result calculated on the last sheepskin scroll. Future you. Future me. Why did I erase Nero's history? Luaccio couldn't help but fall into deep thought. At the same time, he felt relieved that he couldn't find out the reason for Nero's disappearance. As the club owner, in theory, no one could restrict him except the altar. Even the altar was almost in the state of, I don't care about you. But what if it was his future self? The only one who could restrict himself like this was his future self, because his future self would be much more powerful than his current self. Or at the very least, he would know more. The question was, why did his future self do this? Why did he just let himself remember Nero's existence? Did he deliberately let himself discover this matter and then calculate the answer of future you? Future me, do you want to talk to me? This was the conclusion that Luaccio came to after considering many factors. But if he wanted to talk to his future self, it was tantamount to peeping into the future. Yu Yi said that the previous club owner peeped into the future, but his life was almost exhausted. To be honest, Luaccio didn't have the confidence to make such a purchase at this time. No. Looking at his remaining HP, Luaccio suddenly frowned. It was impossible for his future self to not know his current state, and he wouldn't be unfamiliar with his current HP. So, future me didn't want him to talk to him at all. The key is... Boss Luo smiled at this time. Only I still remember Nero. Because he still remembered the existence of Nero, who would care about the content of the transaction. Then, in order to get this part of the transaction, he needed to get a lot of benefits in the short term. Suddenly, without knowing why, Boss Luo suddenly felt a sense of urgency from future me to deal with this matter. At dinner time, Luo Yi still didn't wake up, so there were only Boss Luo, Miss Maid, and Taisetsu at the table. Luaccio didn't mention anything about Nero here. After all, this was history that had been erased. This was the power of the altar. But Luaccio still mentioned a little about Master God Project. He asked casually, "Speaking of which, what's the effect of the subworld where the Master God Project is currently located?" Miss Maid was slightly surprised. In her impression, her master didn't seem to care about the specific benefits, but she still reported carefully. Taisetsu listened carefully at this time. Maybe when would he be like, "Tei Inzi"? If that was the case, of course, it was better to understand this matter as soon as possible. In general, with Xiao Lu and Chun Mingming's ability, they can completely handle the entrance of the subworld. According to the current progress, I believe that it will take about 10 years for the population of this subworld to completely enter the world of Master God Project. Miss Maid finally gave such a conclusion. 10 years. Luaccio suddenly said, "Can you open another subworld entrance?" Chapter 1470. Taisetsu didn't feel it too deeply, but Miss Maid knew. To put it simply, her master had always been relatively casual about the transaction volume of the shop. Her master didn't care about the number of transactions. Even the Master God plan was made by chance because it allowed him to maintain his usual idle fish style. In fact, it wasn't rigorous at all. It was actually proposed by a guy like Tei Inzi, who didn't have any ability. It was just that her master was interested, so she naturally tried to perfect it. But now it seemed that the completion rate was actually not bad, at least far exceeding expectations. But even so, her master was still not very enthusiastic about this matter. But suddenly, Luaccio asked if he could open another subworld entrance, which made Miss Maid feel a little strange. Her master might need a lot of transactions to increase his HP. Her master might want to buy something or continue to improve his ability. Although she didn't know what Luaccio's plan was, since this request had been revealed, then she needed to think about whether it was possible to open another subworld entrance in the current situation. "I will go to the computer room at night and do some necessary calculations to get a definite answer." Miss Maid gave her answer. After all, this was a problem involving a huge amount of data. Even if she was smart, she couldn't do mental calculations in an instant. "Then I will go with you." Boss Luo nodded. It seemed that her master had really become Master God Plan. Miss Maid couldn't help but quietly began to make some changes to her future work. In fact, as her master reached more subworlds, the business of the shop would naturally become busier. In this case, the number of messengers in the shop was obviously not enough. In this way, there were only two solutions: create new Black Soul messengers or recall those Black Soul messengers who were on vacation in advance. After dinner, Boss Luo simply said, "I will go to see Loya. See you in the computer room later." After that, he walked to the attic room where Loya was. At this time, Miss Maid stopped Taisetsu, who was cleaning up the dishes. "Taisetsu, go to the crack of the dimension tonight." "Crack?" Taisetsu couldn't help but be stunned, then nodded. "Okay, but what do you need me to do?" Ms. Maid smiled and said, "Nothing special. I just need to kill more of the guys inside. I need to replenish the stock of exotic source." This a little more. How much more is it?" "Then, I will try to kill more." Taisetsu had to nod. Anyway, it wasn't a particularly troublesome thing. It's just going into the crack and killing brainlessly. It's as a way to digest after dinner. However, if I want to replenish the source of foreign body, doesn't it mean that I need to create new Black Soul messengers? Taisetsu couldn't help but remember the conversation with Boss Luo in the courtyard before dinner, so he asked subconsciously, "By the way, Miss Yi, do you know Nero?" "The Emperor of Rome, of course. Is there a problem?" "No, I just heard the boss mention it casually, so I'm a little curious." Taisetsu shook his head. "I think, as an employee, if the boss asks and I don't know anything, isn't it a bit, master?" Now that you mention it, that makes sense." Miss Maid agreed with Taisetsu's point of view very much, and she even showed a look of appreciation. She opened her palm and took out a book about 10 centimeters long. "Take this book and read it. It contains the historical materials of the entire Roman Empire." "I'm just asking casually. I'm not going to read it." "Okay, thank you, Miss Yi. I'll finish reading this book." Taisetsu took the thick history book of the Roman Empire expressionlessly. I really want to fall to the ground. Speaking of which, I haven't read since the college entrance examination. Then, I'll go to the crack now. Okay. Miss Maid nodded and directly opened the passage for Taisetsu to enter the crack. After Taisetsu went directly into the crack, Yu-Yi slightly frowned. Even Taisetsu mentioned the name Nero. Does Nero really refer to the Emperor of Rome? Why did this name sound so familiar to him? But Miss Maid quickly put this doubt aside temporarily. She was not in a hurry to pursue a result. In her long life, she had long learned to wait for the answer to appear automatically. She just needed to maintain her excellence before the answer came. After a while, Miss Maid walked directly into the computer room. She saw Adam, who was monitoring the entrance of this world. Of course, she also saw the afro wig on Adam's head. Miss Maid, who had always been well-mannered, could not help but open her mouth slightly, showing a surprised expression. You're really becoming more and more naughty. Tei-inzi. Miss Maid did not immediately pursue this matter. She had more important things to do, and that was to calculate the answer that her master wanted to know. Adam temporarily used the hosting program for the monitoring work. Miss Maid turned around and changed into an office lady's uniform. Then she sat down and said, "Come and help me with some calculation work." "Yes, master." Adam stood up directly, and his electronic eyes flickered. Soon he returned to his original appearance. Miss Maid raised her head in confusion, glanced at Adam, and then said indifferently, "Clean up that thing on your head first. It's too much of an eyesore." Miss Maid thought to herself, she probably doesn't like Adam's appearance. "Yes, master," Adam replied in a mechanical tone. "Give me the information of the subworlds adjacent to the second tunnel. I want to calculate the possibility of building a third tunnel entrance from the second tunnel." At this time, Miss Maid's hands were tapping on the keyboard. Apparently, she had entered the working state. "Yes, master." Adam, on the other hand, responded to her request as usual. There was nothing inappropriate about it. In the room of the attic, when Boss Luo arrived, Mian stuck to him as usual. Looking at the pillow bending its waist with difficulty, Boss Luo thought of the fear of big-bellied people towards curling their bellies. "Master, I'm here to pay my respects to you." What the hell is a servant? This girl really watched too many TV series when she was at home. From Mian, Luocho actually saw Run Xialing's shadow from time to time. He shook his head and asked casually, "Didn't Loya wake up today?" "No," Mian answered respectfully. Then she looked behind Boss Luo and found that he came alone. Her eyes lit up and she asked tentatively, "Master, did you come to visit little master Loya alone?" "Is there a problem?" Luocho couldn't help but ask curiously. Mian looked back at the sleeping Loya at this time, and then moved closer to Luocho. She stood on her tiptoes, then held Boss Luo's hand and walked a few steps clumsily to the side. Luocho let her do this. "Master, Mian has something to ask you, may I?" "Go ahead." Mian asked in a low voice, "Master, what kind of person do you think Miss Yi is?" Although it was very strange to Mian's question, Luocho directly responded, "Smart, sensible, considerate." Mian then asked, "Master, do you like Miss Yi?" Boss Luo smiled and said, "I think I can't find any reason not to like her." Mian lowered her head and thought for a while before continuing, "But master, have you ever thought that you like Miss Yi because she has reached the level of liking in all aspects?" "Just like what you said, master. You can't find any reason not to like her. It's because you can't find any reason not to like her, so you tacitly admit that you like her. But in the end, do you like her from the bottom of your heart?" Luocho looked at this star creation creature in surprise. Was this question really thought out by a pillow? He suddenly felt that he didn't really understand Nan Xiaonan's star creation technique thoroughly. But Mian Mian's question made Luocho fall into a logical thinking, because he couldn't find any reason not to like her. So he tacitly admitted that he liked her. But in the end, did he like her from the bottom of his heart? Boss Luo soon had the answer. He picked up Mian Mian and said with a smile, "To be precise, it's because you like her, so you can't find any reason not to like her. It's because you like her first, so you don't want to think about why you don't like her." Mian Mian suddenly said, "But if one day you find that Miss Yi isn't as good as you think, will you still like her?" Boss Luo couldn't help but smile and ask, "Did something happen to you today? You saw Taiyinzi, right? Master is so smart." Mian Mian stuck out her tongue. "Mian Mian and old immortal Taiyinzi chatted for a long time today." Luocho smiled. "Let me guess. Well, I think he must have said a lot of bad things about Yi, right? For example, she monopolizes the power, or she looks kind but has a black heart." Mian Mian suddenly widened her eyes. "Master, how did you know?" "Oh, Master is indeed Master. You know everything." Boss Luo shook his head. It wasn't that he was smarter than others. It was just that with Taiyinzi's character, he could roughly guess what was going on. You can just listen to his words. Luocho patted the pillow's head. "Why?" Mian Mian suddenly asked in surprise. "Master is old immortal. Is he lying to Mian Mian? Is he one of those bad old men in the legends?" "Well, actually he's right. Boss Luo said, Yu Ye's authority is second only to mine. This is indeed monopolizing the power. After all, usually I don't care about things. As for the black heart and the kind, I never said that she doesn't know how to use power. Master, Mian Mian doesn't understand." Mian Mian shook her head. It was just that she had been in the living room all this time. Apart from the conversation between herself and Ren Xiling, she could only come in contact with the TV that she turned on from time to time. Most of the time it was 8 o'clock. It would be strange if she could understand. "It doesn't matter if you don't understand," Luocho said softly. "We don't know much since we were born. Some things, the more you know, the more confused you will be. Perhaps the answer was already known long ago, when we were still ignorant. Mian Mian still doesn't understand. Mian Mian is too stupid." Mian Mian shook her head pitifully again, then immediately cheered up and said, "But it doesn't matter. Anyway, as long as Master tells me to do something, Mian Mian will do it. This way there will be no mistake." Luocho didn't say anything about this. The simpler the thought, the higher the happiness. It was true. "By the way, Master, this is what old God, that terrible old man, asked me to give you." At this moment, Mian Mian unzipped her body and took out a small note. "Humph! If I had known, I wouldn't have helped him. That terrible old man." He took the note from Mian Mian and opened it casually. He was silent for a moment, then put the note away and asked, "When he gave you the note, did he say anything else?" "He said that he could only give it to Master secretly and not let anyone find out, especially Miss Yi." Mian Mian said straightforwardly, "Poor Taiyinzi probably didn't know that he had been sold out by Taisetsu," and Mian Mian one after another. "Then keep this a secret for me." Luocho said suddenly, "Only you and I know about it. Is that okay?" "Okay." Mian Mian nodded vigorously. Luocho glanced at Luoya, then put Mian Mian down beside her. "I'll come back tomorrow. You continue to accompany Luoya here. If you're bored, this is to relieve your boredom." Boss Luo waved his hand, and a tablet computer appeared beside Mian Mian. It was for watching TV series. "Thank you, Master. Mian Mian will cherish it well." Mian Mian's eyes lit up, then she pounced in front of Boss Luo, kissed him on the face, and started to fiddle with the tablet computer contentedly. "Have a good rest." Luocho walked to the door and turned off the light. Mian Mian suddenly raised her head and asked, "Master, besides Miss Yi, will you like anyone else?" Luocho didn't know why he suddenly thought of Long Shirua when he heard Mian Mian's question. He was silent for a moment and finally said softly, "If it's something other than her, I still have feelings for her." His love for Miss Maid was sentimental. If it was any other kind of affection other than the kind of affection he had for her, there would still be. Mian Mian used the tablet computer to search for the dramas that she hadn't finished watching before she became Xing Creations creatures, and Boss Luo's last words echoed in her mind. Well, although she didn't quite understand it, she'll still like it. Little Master still has a chance. Chapter 1471. Adam, do the possibility model of object, number 9 again. I just adjusted the new parameters. It should be able to increase the success rate. Master? Miss Maid looked back and saw Boss Luo standing behind her, so she quickly stood up. Luocio naturally put his hands on Miss Maid's shoulders and stopped her. Seeing that you are working hard, I won't disturb you. Ye is also very beautiful when you work hard. As a maid, how could she not sense her master's arrival? There was only one reason why she couldn't sense it. That was, her master blocked her perception. Miss Maid gently leaned her head on Boss Luo's hands. She even closed her eyes and felt this moment of peace. After a while, Luocio asked in a low voice, "Is the calculation going well?" Miss Maid opened her eyes and said, "So far we have found 3 worlds that may meet the standard performance, and now we are doing the calculation with higher stability. Master, look, these are the 3 subworlds." Because the subworld where Zhao Lu and Chun Mingming were stationed was used as a springboard to find the target. So relatively speaking, the development direction of the 3 subworlds was similar to the technological world. Even one of the technological world had completely developed to the extent that all the human body was placed in the nutrition cabin and the spirit directly lived in the virtual world. The whole world was running under the arrangement of the host. The civilization of the whole subworld more or less gave Boss Luo a wonderful sense of immediacy. And the whole world was the object number 9 mentioned by Miss Maid. Luocio looked at it a few more times and found that the model of object number 9 had been made 4 times. It seems that you have made your choice. Boss Luo smiled slightly. I want to give you more choices, Master, Miss Maid said softly. Luocio thought for a while and said, Let's use object number 9. If there is no problem, use it to open the entrance of the 3rd Master God project. Miss Maid nodded and then said directly, If so, I want to go there personally. After all, we need to directly build the server in the subworld. The firewall of the host of the 9th subject's world seems to be very sturdy. Do you need any help? Luocio asked directly. The help he spoke of was naturally the method of direct purchase. But obviously, Miss Maid didn't like her master's wasteful behavior in these places. No, it shouldn't be a problem if I take Adam with me, but I may need to leave for a while. Boss Luo asked curiously, Will it take a long time? The servant girl said awkwardly, I estimated that it would take a week. It's really a bit long. 1 week, Boss Luo. Luocio blinked. Ever since he met Yi, they had never been apart for more than 3 days, let alone a week. Last time, in the subworld where Zhao, Lu, and Qin Mingming were stationed, Boss Luo waved his hand and used the ability of the altar to set up the server in one go. But this time, Miss Maid was the one who built the server manually. This was equivalent to going on a business trip. Boss Luo thought for a while and said, Then don't worry, I can take care of myself. Of course, Miss Maid wouldn't doubt her master's ability to take care of himself. After all, before she met him, Luocio had already taken good care of the small home. I'm not worried about this. Miss Maid gently held the boss's palm and whispered, Just thinking about leaving for a week makes me feel very lonely. Boss Luo smiled and said, It's still more convenient to use the critical door. Although she was going to another subworld, which was directly separated from the present world by a time and space. For Luocio, it was actually just a door that could be opened at any time. Miss Maid obviously enjoyed the boss's answer very much, and her eyes became more lively. But if I take Adam away for a week, is there any problem with the channel monitoring here? Luaccio asked doubtfully. I remember that the hosting program seems to be able to last for a maximum of 36 hours. Miss Maid said, You don't have to worry about this. I plan to wake up Eve before leaving. Luaccio blinked. Eve? Miss Maid smiled and explained. Eve is an artificial intelligence created together with Adam. Master, didn't you go to my laboratory before? There's a warehouse underground, and Eve is placed in it. Eve and Adam. If it was created, of course, one of them couldn't be missing. This was probably a kind of pure perfectionism at work. This was really in line with the personal style of Miss Maid. Why haven't I heard you mention it before? Miss Maid glanced at Adam casually, then said slowly, At that time I used the technology obtained from other subworlds. The evolution of artificial intelligence somewhat exceeded my original expectations. Later, some small problems occurred, causing some problems with the core of Eve. Even Adam was infected. Boss Luo glanced at Adam curiously and found that Adam was still seriously carrying out the task assigned by Miss Maid at this time. It seemed that he didn't care about them discussing this matter. Then, Miss Maid said casually, Later, I tried to redo the system several times, but I couldn't solve the core problem of Eve. I simply reformatted Eve and Adam directly. After all, it's just an auxiliary artificial intelligence. It doesn't require too much thinking ability. And after removing the core of intelligence evolution, the extra space can be used to improve the computing ability. Speaking of this, Miss Maid stroked her hair. Later, Adam became the current Adam you see. There hasn't been any problems in these years. As for Eve, it hasn't been activated again because of the surplus of labor. Boss Luo nodded. For the time being, he wasn't too worried about this matter. At this time, Miss Maid was talking about another matter. If they really wanted to build another channel of Master God Project, then the new subworld obviously needed to be stationed as Black Soul envoys. What do you think? Boss Luo asked directly. Miss Maid said, Recall the existing Black Soul envoys who are on vacation, or create a new one. As for the source of the foreign body, I have sent Taisetsu to the dimensional crack. Boss Luo thought for a while and said, If you want to recall the Black Soul envoys who are on vacation, do you have a suitable candidate in mind? I remember that Kintaro has awakened in advance, right? Miss Maid shook her head and said, The initial position of Kintaro is to deal with customers who maliciously default on their debts. It's obviously not suitable to do a detailed job. At present, it seems that number 18 and number 9 are very good choices because they're not on vacation. But if it's number 9, let him stay in Kelowna. Luaccio shook his head. Nothing too special. I don't want to disturb his current life. Number 18? Miss Maid looked at the master and said, She has been wandering outside for some time. Should we continue to let her go? Boss Luo thought for a while and said, If it's a black soul who is on vacation, do you have a good suggestion? Well, Miss Maid thought carefully for a while. Eleanor is actually a very good candidate, Master. You've already met her once. Eleanor was one of the 12 knights, Lancelot, who was guarding the Queen of Britain. As for the current queen, she was actually a student of Miss Maid 60 years ago, although the teacher-student relationship between them originated from a deal. Eleanor, the former Miss Maid of the shop, obviously had no doubts about her ability. As a candidate for the garrison, there was nothing to be picky about. But Boss Luo finally shook his head. He still didn't want to disturb those Black Soul envoys who used a lot of performance points in exchange for a vacation opportunity. Because he had a direction, he would consider the need for a large amount of profit. But if he violated the original purpose because of this, he always felt that the loss was not worth the gain. She would slowly become like the former one for a large number of transactions. Maybe Master can try to make a servant-type Black Soul envoy. Miss Maid obviously saw through her master's thoughts at this time. We can make more than a few Black Soul envoys with a single function to complete the management work of the new subworld channel. The so-called servant-type Black Soul was the lowest level among the Black Soul envoys. Tainzi was actually at this level, so he had already shown the appearance of an inferior product in the early stage of creation. But this guy gradually improved because of the Master God plan, which was regarded as an anomaly. However, except for Tainzi among the Black Soul envoys transformed by Boss Luo later, there were no more servant-type Black Soul envoys, and all of them were relatively advanced. Let me think about it carefully, Luocio pondered for a moment. Anyway, the construction of the new server will take at least a week. Okay, Miss Maid nodded and said, then I'll prepare tonight and leave early tomorrow morning. Boss Luo accompanied Miss Maid in the computer room for a while, and then returned to his room. He sat in front of the desk near the window, thinking about several things at the same time. The main thing was Nero's matter and the potential problems caused by this matter, the problem of needing a much larger amount of HP than he currently had. Luocio wasn't used to being in a state of waiting anxiously all the time. Obviously, this matter couldn't be rushed. Therefore, as long as he waited for the second subworld channel to open, then he could increase the speed of life points accumulation. After all, the channel of the second subworld could be opened, which meant that in the future, the third, fourth, and even more channels could be opened. In the end, when the channel radiated enough subworlds, the speed of his original life points accumulation would obviously not be much worse than the previous boss' crazy method of opening the critical door and crazily producing Black Soul envoys. The most important point was he still didn't need to make himself trade all the time. Perhaps in the future he only needed to speed up the process of the Master God plan through Nero's matter at this time. There was a saying that if one could work harder when one was young, then one's future state would be better than before. Or rather, the changes in the past could directly affect one's future state at a certain point in time. If he began to accumulate a large amount of life points now, then his future self might be able to have a large amount of life points after waking up. Then he wouldn't suddenly find himself so short of life points just because he needed to do something. Of course, the future process might not be so smooth, but this possibility couldn't be directly denied. Taking a step back, if he consciously began to accumulate a large amount of life points, even if he hadn't reached the future time point where he sent the signal to himself, if he encountered a situation where he continued to use a large amount of life points, he wouldn't be unable to withdraw them all at once. Thinking about it this way, perhaps he would encounter something in the future that required life points, but he couldn't solve it in the end, which led to regret. Then in the more distant future, the future self sent this signal to his past self through this means. Luocio fell into silence all of a sudden because he realized that his rationality had become unstable because of the information of future self. He couldn't help but whisper to himself, sure enough, it's difficult to escape the proposition of selfishness in the end. He shook his head and decided not to continue digging into this problem for the time being. All of this, he would think about it after he accumulated a large amount of life points. After temporarily putting aside Nero's matter, there were only 3 things in front of Boss Luo. The first was the disappearance of Claudia's father, Professor Siegetu. This involved Golden Pupil and Acacia's record. The second was the matter of Teacher Poulin and Mr. Smith's family. Boss Luo originally intended to just watch this matter because this was the matter that Nero first came into contact with. But Nero was temporarily erased from history because of this matter. Perhaps, if he continued to pay attention to this matter, he could find a clue about Nero's disappearance. The third thing, Luocio opened his palm, and a neatly folded piece of paper suddenly appeared in his palm. This was the note that Tainzi asked Soft to give to him in private. He saw the scribbled words on it. Cicero was a remnant of the eternal kingdom that Luocio met when he walked into the spiritual illusion of Cicero's remnant alone at the top of the Penglai treasure vault. Logically speaking, this was something that only he knew. How did Tainzi know? Chapter 1472. As soon as he woke up in the morning, Miss Maid had already left the manor and brought Adam to the new subworld to build the server. Luaccio found the breakfast in the dining hall. It was still warm. Obviously, Miss Maid had just left. At this time, a robot similar to Adam, but obviously designed for a female, slowly walked over with fresh milk in her hands. "Boss, this is the fresh milk prepared by Master. Please drink." It was a gentle and delicate female voice, much better than Adam's stiff electronic voice. Boss Luo took the cup from the female robot, looked at her up and down, and said, "You are Eve." "Yes, boss," the female robot said respectfully. "From today onwards, I will temporarily take over Adam's work. In addition, if you need anything, you can directly ask me. Master has set that you have the highest authority over me." Boss Luo smiled casually. "I'm fine, you just focus on monitoring Adam for the time being." "Well, you really don't remember what happened in the past." He was still a little interested in what Miss Maid said, that there were some changes in the core of Eve. Could artificial intelligence also give birth to something like a soul? But in Boss Luo's black and white vision, Eve was just a pile of road maps in front of him, and there was no soul that could attract his attention. What happened in the past? Eve showed a puzzled expression. Perhaps because Miss Maid preferred the female image, Eve not only looked quite delicate, but even her expression was very vivid. If it were not for the obvious joints and gaps exposed on Eve's body, it would probably be easy to mistake her for a real one. "It's what happened before you were formatted." Eve shook her head. "I'm sorry, Master just formatted me again, so I didn't leave any record of what happened in the past. Go do your work. I'll take care of it myself." Luaccio waved his hand and let Eve go to work. Looking at Eve walking slowly to the computer room, even making metal clanking sounds as she walked, Boss Luo suddenly thought of Soft, a pillow that had a life and could think under the effect of the Star Creation Warlock. So, if the Star Creation Warlock was directly used on Eve or an artificial intelligence like Adam, what kind of chemical reaction would it produce? In fact, generally speaking, Soft already had a soul, but it was a fake soul. Although it was just a fake soul, it was directly given by the Star Creation Warlock. This was one of the most powerful means of the world that had developed to the limit and finally had to be restarted after Nan Xiaonan was born. Although Nan Xiaonan's hometown had been destroyed and restarted again, obviously the progress of its civilization had far surpassed the subworld where Luaccio was located. It was still very interesting to see the development of different civilizations in different subworlds. But thinking that so many subworlds were under the management of the same Araya system and were just breeding grounds for a perfect world, Luaccio naturally thought of the remnant of the Eternal Kingdom that he encountered in the Penglai treasure vault, Cicero. Thinking of this, Boss Luo directly descended on the God Mountain in the Project God's World. Of course, he didn't enter directly with his body, but with his game account in this world. When Boss Luo saw Taiyinzi, the old Taoist priest, was pouring raw eggs into a cup, a large cup that seemed to contain more than 10 raw eggs. Then Taiyinzi raised the cup filled with raw eggs to the sky. "A toast to freedom, a toast to death. Ha ha ha." After swallowing a mouthful, the round egg yolk slid down Taiyinzi's throat. He finally burped and revealed a satisfied expression. "The sun rises in the east." Though Luaccio wasn't very clear about the meaning behind these words, or perhaps it was just his nonsense, he still made some slight movements. Taiyinzi, who noticed the movement, slowly turned around. When he saw that it was his master, his cheeks suddenly trembled. "Master!" Taiyinzi screamed and flew over. You can't imagine how shameless this old devil can be when he's shameless. When Boss Luo saw the old devil crying in snot and was about to fall on his lap, he instinctively gave Taiyinzi a holy judgment. This was the unique skill of Boss Luo's game account. In short, it was the only world-class skill that couldn't be replicated. At this moment, a terrifying lightning bolt suddenly appeared on the main God Mountain. It was like a huge light pillar, and all the creatures on the sky continent could see it. As for what kind of effect this huge lightning bolt had on the main God project, that's a story for later. so let's not talk about it for now. Tei Inzi, who was hit by the holy judgment, was lying on the ground. The HP bar above his head had decreased from the initial purple to the second last green bar. It was almost the last red bar. If another holy judgment were to come, this lunar Lord God, who many players had only seen once in the beginning of the game, was only a legend until now, would be directly hit with Gigi. By the way, in the Project God world, all items had their own inherent HP, which was the HP bar. When the HP bar was emptied, it was equivalent to dying once. Even Tei Inzi, who was the main god, was no exception. This was the patch that Yu Yi added in the later updates of the game. In addition, the combat power calculation system that Boss Luo asked Miss made to develop in the modern world was also added to the world of Master God Project. In short, the current game world was completely different from when it was created at the beginning after several version updates. Holy Judgment was a skill that Boss Luo's exclusive account always had. Miss Maid's exclusive account also had a skill that corresponded to Holy Judgment. It was called Heaven's Punishment. Master? At this time, Tei Inzi was crawling on the ground, and his HP bar was almost red. He could not help but experience unprecedented pain, and then there was the fear of his soul. In his impression, his master had always been very generous, but this was the first time he had used such a heavy hand. Boss Luo thought at this time, and at this time he said, I didn't do it on purpose. I just subconsciously opened the skill panel and found that only the Holy Judgment was activated, and the others were not unlocked yet. In all honesty, Boss Luo only intended to use a normal attack to push away Tei Inzi's flying attack. That was all. As for why the initial skill was not a normal attack, but an ultimate skill, Tei Inzi opened his mouth, and then his face was pale as if he had swallowed a live mouse. He said in a trembling voice, I think this is probably the panel that the black, elegant Miss Yu managed for Master. At the same time, Tei Inzi even carefully observed Boss Luo's surroundings. When he found that there was no one following Boss Luo, he was slightly relieved. To what extent could a person be two-faced? At this time, Tei Inzi finally had a new understanding. Even if he did not see Miss Maid beside Boss Luo, he had the fear of living under her control. After living a carefree life in Main God Mountain for a period of time, he almost forgot the pain of being controlled by this fear. The stomachache. Stop joking. Boss Luo shook his head at this time. Take this as your punishment for leaving without permission and instigating soft. This punishment was too heavy. The damage of the Holy Judgment was real. His HP bar was also reflected in his body that was almost red. At this time, Tei Inzi only felt that his vitality was greatly damaged. It would take him at least 300 to 500 years to recover. Of course, if he used achievement points to treat it, he could recover immediately. The key was that Tei Inzi's achievement points had always been very short. He was actually a stingy character. He was indeed a Black Soul Envoy of the worst quality. Later, after he lost the body of the Black Soul Envoy in the Punlai treasure house, he was given a new one, but it was still the worst version. Even though it was the worst version, it couldn't match the benefits he got as a participant in the Master God project. Today's body of the Black Soul Envoy was made by his efforts to upgrade liver, and it had reached the level of an intermediate Black Soul Envoy. Tei Inzi's cheeks suddenly twitched. At this time, he was almost the same as when he was first turned into a Black Soul Envoy. Tei Inzi felt that his efforts in the past year were all in vain, but he did not dare to say anything. He even felt deep despair about the 1,000 years of debt he had to bear. Master. Seeing that this old ghost began to cry shamelessly again with snot and tears, Boss Luo slowly sighed. I came here alone today, not to watch your performance. Why did you lead me in through Mian Mian? Tei Inzi heard this and immediately became spirited. After all, he was an old ghost. Luaccio said alone, which gave him enough information. The note he left for Boss Luo succeeded in getting rid of the black-hearted maid and came here alone. Master, you don't know. Tainzi quickly got up at this time, wiped his face, and spat. Since the second channel was opened, the two newcomers didn't know the rules at all. They blocked the entrance of the second channel and did not send players to me for reincarnation. They even secretly supported new gods and churches in the lower realm. Master, these two newcomers really have ulterior motives. They want to do big things. Boss Luo was silent and looked at Tainzi expressionlessly. He probably didn't know that in the later versions, Tain God was set as one of the final bosses to be defeated by Miss Maid. As for the new gods and churches in the lower realm, naturally it was to prepare for the future battle of gods. Tainzi spat. Master, please believe me, I'm not snitching. My loyalty to you can be seen by heaven and earth, and the sun and the moon can shine upon it. Okay, if there's nothing else, I'll go back. Boss Luo waved his hand and interrupted. Tainzi instantly knelt down on the ground and crawled forward. Master, this old Taoist is running out of food. If the two little b asterisk stards keep tormenting me like this old Taoist won't have a good life. You see, I was the first one to follow you. Even if I didn't make any contributions, I still worked hard. Master, I feel bitter. He was just like a eunuch who cried in front of the emperor. How did this guy catch Tai Bai Sword Immortal's attention and become his disciple? It was an eternal mystery. Don't cry. Tell me about Cicero. Boss Luo shook his head. As for your matter, I'll think about it later. Seeing Boss Luo slightly open his mouth, Tainzi immediately stopped wailing, as if there was hope, and quickly got up. Master, let's talk in private. Luocho had no choice but to nod. After that, Tainzi brought Boss Luo to his sun-viewing cloud platform and ordered the servants to bring out delicacies, until the extraordinarily patient Boss Luo couldn't help but frown. Tainzi awkwardly ordered the servants around him to leave. He faced Boss Luo and said seriously, Master, I actually don't know who Cicero is. Luocho glanced at him and silently opened the skills panel. Tainzi couldn't see these, but he changed the topic. This name suddenly appeared in my consciousness. In fact, other than the name Cicero, many strange things have appeared in my consciousness. For example, something like the Eternal Kingdom, something like the Eternal Earl, and so on. Boss Luo paused the activation of the Holy Judgment skill. He suddenly blinked and said indifferently, When did it start? Do you know the reason? Tainzi thought for a while and said, I don't know if Master remembers that when I was in the Punlai treasure house, I was plotted against by a scoundrel and my black soul body was snatched away in the end. Boss Luo nodded. Tainzi continued, When that despicable person took over my black soul body, he actually used some kind of device. I think these strange things in my consciousness are very likely to have penetrated from the depths of someone's consciousness during that exchange of possession. Luocho pondered for a moment and suddenly asked, What else do you know? Tainzi shook his head. Master, please forgive me, I'm incompetent. This information is scattered. At first, only 1 or 2 words suddenly appeared. Until now, there are only about 10 words. I really can't connect them. But I think that this information may be of great use to Master. So I took the risk to borrow Miss Mianmian's hand to pass this information to you. Master, my loyalty to you can be witnessed by heaven and earth, and the sun and moon can shine upon it. Write down these words. Boss Luo directly waved his hand and interrupted. Unexpectedly, this old guy took out a scroll from his sleeve. It seemed that he had prepared it long ago. Master, I was afraid that I would forget this information. So once they popped out of my mind, I wrote them down immediately. Master, please take a look. Boss Luo opened it directly. In addition to the information about Cicero and Eternal Kingdom, there were indeed bits and pieces of vocabulary. Among the dozen or so words, most of them could be linked to the information that Boss Luo and Cicero had talked about. But suddenly, a group of words entered Luocho's eyes. This was something that Cicero did not mention in his words. On the feasibility of origin capture, this seemed to be a thesis title. Chapter 1473. When all his thoughts were immersed in the feasibility of capturing the origin, Luaccio suddenly had a feeling that he was isolated from everything. But it wasn't the feeling of everything that really existed around him at this time. It was a kind of instantaneous feeling that flashed in front of his eyes like a revolving lantern. This special feeling came and went quickly. Perhaps it didn't even reach a moment, and there wasn't much left after it disappeared. When it disappeared, Luaccio couldn't even describe its existence. Feasibility of capturing the origin. Can the origin really be captured? If the origin represents everything, then where does the means to capture everything come from? External force? Human power? Or something else? If there is an external force, the concept of the origin representing everything will not be complete. But if it's human power should also include everything that the origin represents. At this time, Luaccio, who was deep in thought, didn't move at all, as if he was suddenly distracted. Tei-Inzi next to him was waiting anxiously. He didn't know whether it was a good move to say this, but perhaps this would be his only chance, a chance to return to reality from the main god mountain that could make him drunk. In fact, Tei-Inzi himself didn't know why he suddenly had this feeling of wanting to return to reality. He thought for a while, and finally felt that it was probably a bad habit of people who wanted to find a girlfriend after being single for a long time. When he really returned to reality, he might start to miss the drunken life on the main god mountain again. Just when Tei-Inzi began to be distracted by his own motives, the main god mountain suddenly began to shake slightly, and this kind of shaking reached a crazy state in a short time after that. The majestic palace he built, the fairyland on earth, collapsed one after another. Lightning flashed and thunder roared on the main god mountain, as if doomsday had arrived. And this kind of horrible phenomenon spread all the way from the main god mountain, as if it was going to affect the whole world of the main god project. Tei-Inzi suddenly woke up and was so scared that his face changed drastically, but his master in front of him still seemed to be in a state of wandering, deep in thought. Tei-Inzi's intuition told him that the abnormal movement of main god mountain was closely related to Boss Luo's absent-mindedness at this moment, so he couldn't help but shiver. Regardless of whether it was offensive or not, he hurriedly shouted, "Master! Master! Master!" The continuous shouting finally woke up Luaccio from his deep thoughts. At this time, Boss Luo's eyes flashed with a trace of confusion. He frowned and looked at Tei-Inzi in front of him, who was frightened in front of him, and asked subconsciously, "What's the matter?" It stopped finally. At this time, Tei-Inzi seemed to be relieved at this time. He sat down and said with lingering fear, "Master, you don't know, but the main god mountain seemed like it was going to collapse just now." Luaccio looked around and saw that the main god mountain, which was built by Tei-Inzi like a heavenly palace, was now ruined. He couldn't help but be silent for a moment. "This was caused by me when I was thinking." Tei-Inzi hesitated for a while and finally nodded silently. Luaccio didn't say anything. He just looked down at the scroll that Tei-Inzi handed over. But this time, the phenomenon didn't happen again. He thought for a while and said, "About the things that will suddenly appear in your mind, try your best to record it. Give it to me every once in a while." Tei-Inzi quickly nodded. Luaccio said indifferently, "If you think it's enough, just call me directly. Next time, don't play any tricks." "I understand." Boss Luo thought for a while and then directly snapped his fingers. Everything in the main god mountain began to automatically recover after that, as if time was flowing backward. Tei-Inzi's eyes widened at the magnificent scene. He didn't even realize that his HP bar was recovering rapidly until everything returned to normal, as if nothing had happened. "Master." He finally realized that his injuries were healed and couldn't help but feel uneasy. Luaccio said indifferently, "This is to compensate for your loss. But this time, you used some tricks to lure me in and played some tricks. I don't like it. I know I'm wrong. Taiyinzi suddenly broke out in cold sweat. This master actually rarely said that he didn't like it. It didn't even appear in his memory. This was the first time. Luoqiu shook his head. Zhao Lu and Chen Mingming's business in the second passage didn't violate any rules. Logically speaking, you're only responsible for the reincarnation of players who entered through the passage in the modern world. The players in the second passage didn't have to go through you, and Zhao Lu and Chen Mingming could go through them. They've already given you a portion of their original profits. Consider it as taking care of a senior like you. Don't be greedy. I know. I'm too greedy. Please forgive me, Master. Taiyinzi's body was almost touching the ground as he trembled. If you recall more things, I'll look at it more clearly and use the information to reward you with achievement points. Hearing this, Taiyinzi was instantly overjoyed. He suddenly raised his head, but he couldn't see Boss Luo's exclusive account. So, after saying this, Boss Luo had already left. Taiyinzi heaved a heavy sigh of relief. He felt weak all over and collapsed on the ground. Where's the horse? Why does Boss Luo look as scary as my master when he's angry? However, he was a forgetful person. He quickly put aside the unhappiness and fear in his heart and immersed himself in the fantasy of exchanging a large amount of achievement points by recalling the mysterious information in his mind. He even directly sat with his legs crossed and began to do his homework, which he hadn't done for a long time, hoping to recall more. It was like a deep-rooted bad habit that was engraved in his soul. This deep-rooted bad habit didn't seem to be corrected no matter how many years he cultivated on the mountain. Therefore, Zhongqi's life was muddled, and he didn't achieve much on the path of cultivation. However, for some reason, the former Taibai sword god didn't remind him of this situation and completely let him do whatever he wanted. Oh, Wang Kai, get me a cup of Long Island iced tea. I need to gather some inspiration. However, after meditating for less than 2 minutes, Taiyinzi picked his nose and directly ordered the slaves. He would realize his dream one day, probably somewhere in the dimensional crevice. In fact, in the dimensional crevice, not only there was no concept of time, but also the concept of coordinates. So Taisetsu couldn't tell where he was. The place where he entered was the passage that Miss Maid opened for him. He only had a sense of direction. Now he was a little far from this direction. Daz shook his sore wrist at this time, then sat directly on the corpse of a void original demon. He opened a pocket, and a huge suction force directly sucked the corpse of the void original demon in front of him. Taisetsu shook the bag in his hand. This was a prop that Miss Maid told him to use to store materials. It was called the Universal Bag. God knows why Miss Maid's painting style gave him such a prop. She said it was a small gift from an immortal in the heavenly court, because it looked like a tattered belt. It had been kept in the warehouse. This time it happened to be useful, so she gave it to Taisetsu. Oh, an immortal? Taisetsu looked at the universal bag in his hand. It was more like underwear that hadn't been washed for years than a bag. He couldn't help but frown. Oh, an immortal? In the end, he shook his head. Ignoring the terrible appearance of this thing, the capacity inside was actually quite impressive. At the very least, since he entered the crevice, the number of corpses of the original void demons inside was at least 500 or 600, right? However, the location where Miss Maid opened the passage this time didn't seem to be very ideal. Taisetsu hadn't encountered a large group of void original demons so far. Basically, there were only a few or a dozen of them. He even used the word desolate to describe this area. Based on his intuition, Taisetsu felt that this area wasn't too far away from the place where he leveled up last time. But the place where he leveled up last time was full of void original demons, and there was even a farming spot. This made Taisetsu have a feeling that this area had been swept by someone. But who would sweep these void original demons for no reason? Even if it was a sweep, there would at least be some corpses and bones left behind. This was more like a fish pond that had been overfished. He shook his head, feeling that it would be a huge project to cut down enough Void Original Demons to satisfy Miss Maid, given the current number of Void Original Demons in this area. Hence, he couldn't help but wonder if he should go further away to do the killing. Miss Maid asked him to kill a few more. But how many would a few more be? 1,000, 2,000, 10,000? It definitely wouldn't work if it was less. This was simply a question of death. Women. There seems to be one in front. Let's go further after killing this one. Taisetsu had good eyesight. At this moment, he saw a Void Original Demon rapidly traversing through a group of floating stones and drifted over. There's someone else. He hurried over. In this void, where birds didn't lay eggs and there were only stones and Void Original Demons, it was rare to see someone other than himself. Taisetsu couldn't help but feel curious. He had been following Luochio for some time. When he had nothing to do, he could get some information about transcendence from Miss Maid. Could he be one of those transcendents that Miss Maid was talking about? Taisetsu couldn't help but think to himself, yes, that's right, Miss Maid was using the word dwelling when she talked about these transcendents, and had a look of disdain on her face. At this moment, he had quietly approached the rapidly moving Void Original Demon, and heard some cries that made him feel rather complicated. 23 Dragon Subduing Palms. Forbidden move, 148 hands. Hand of God. I'll take it. He saw a balding middle-aged man in his 30s or 40s, wearing flip-flops, baggy pants, and a small singlet, and carrying a nunchaku made of bone in his hand, chasing after the Void Original Demon and shouting with unusual joy. This Void Original Demon looked like it was being chased and beaten by this indescribable uncle. Taisetsu couldn't help but laugh as he watched, feeling like he was watching a silly middle-aged man having a lot of fun. Finally, after this, Uncle beat the Void Original Demon violently and finally pressed it to the ground. Taisetsu slowly revealed himself. Perhaps he could learn from this uncle why the Void Original Demons in this area had suddenly decreased. Unexpectedly, just as Taisetsu showed himself, this indescribable uncle was already standing on the corpse of the Void Original Demon with his hands behind his back, looking up at the sky and saying indifferently, "Friend, you've been watching over there for a long time. Why don't you come out and meet me?" Taisetsu opened his mouth, but suddenly didn't know what he should say. "Didn't I come out early at this moment?" The uncle slowly turned around and stood on the corpse of the Void Original Demon, looking down at Taisetsu with an arrogant expression. "Oh, where did this little brat come from, daring to stay in this dangerous place? You've got some guts. Tell me your name." Taisetsu opened his mouth again. He didn't look like this before. It was a new body after becoming a Black Soul Envoy, which was his former youthful appearance. It wasn't wrong to call him a little brat. But looking at the uncle's neurotic appearance, Taisetsu also found it interesting. So he cleared his throat and said, "I'm the New East Wind Double Flower Red Stick from Air Lituin of Fongmaneo. People call me Taisetsu in the Jianghu. How should I address you, senior?" "Uncle." The uncle glanced at Taisetsu, who introduced himself, and suddenly widened his eyes, feeling as if he had met an old friend in a foreign land. So he directly jumped down from the corpse of the Void Original Demon. "I'm the head of the 36 snack stalls on Changle Street, Yudanchang, also known as the Emperor of Two Eggs. The New East Wind Double Flower Red Stick from Air Lituin of Fongmaneo. Why haven't I heard of you before? A super detached person who sells fish eggs?" Taisetsu felt that ever since he had been on Boss Luo's pirate ship, he had never encountered anything normal. He could only say faintly, "Fongmaneo is a small place in the urban-rural area. It's normal that you haven't heard of it before." "Yes, I think so too." "Uncle." Yu Danchang nodded, then said, "Why are you here?" Taisetsu thought for a while, and at this moment he didn't even have the mood to talk nonsense with this uncle, so he said casually, "I was thrown here by someone. I don't know where this place is." Even a ghost wouldn't believe this. Unexpectedly, Yu Danchang believed it, because he had been inexplicably thrown into this place, so he was simply pleasantly surprised by Taisetsu's explanation. How was this meeting an old friend in a foreign land? They were simply people who had fallen into the same fate. We're both people who have fallen into the same fate. There's no need to burn our clothes when we meet. Maybe you don't need to know who I am. Bah, we should know each other. At this moment, Yu Danqiang suddenly came forward, grabbed Taisetsu's hands with both hands, and said tearfully, "Brother, you've worked hard." Taisetsu, what he actually believed it. Chapter 1474. The encounter with Yu Danqiang was a wonderful thing for Taisetsu. From the very beginning, he never thought that he would meet a human being in the crevice. That's right, it was only a human being, not a detached person. For some reason, Yu Danqiang was very warm to him from the very beginning. Later, Taisetsu finally understood. Yu Danqiang really felt that he was in the same boat as him. After hearing about Yu Danqiang's experience, he easily believed that he was thrown into the crevice and got an explanation, because such a bizarre thing had really happened to Yu Danqiang. Well, Senior Chief Ladybird. Although Taisetsu sympathized with Yu Danqiang's experience, he didn't say anything to comfort him, because in Taisetsu's view, Yu Danqiang's experience could actually be described as a fortuitous encounter. At least, before being involved in the crevice, Yu Danqiang was just a street seller selling fish balls. But now, although his image wasn't very good, he could really chase after a Void Original Demon and beat it up violently. How could an ordinary person do this? "Bro, just call me Brother Chang." Yu Danqiang laughed at this time. "Do you have anything to say or ask? You just came here and are unfamiliar with life, so you must be very worried, right?" Although he was already a Black Soul Envoy and had experienced 10 years of imprisonment before becoming a Black Soul Envoy, Taisetsu used to be in the Jianghu. Some of the Jianghu aura would always follow him after he was infected. Brother Chang. Taisetsu thought that he had nothing to do now, and at the same time he felt that Yu Danqiang's experience was really interesting. This person was also interesting, so there was no harm in getting to know him. So he directly asked, "Brother Chang, are you familiar with this place?" "It's all right," Yu Danqiang said casually. "I was completely dumbfounded at first, but then I got lucky and met Master Musashi, who taught me quite a few things." "How is it? You saw how I beat up the Void Origin Demon just now, right?" "Oh, we call this kind of monster the Void Original Devil. This thing is divided into several levels, such as Ancestor, Azura, and so on." Taisetsu pretended to listen attentively. When Yu Danqiang spoke earlier, he used the word "we" and mentioned Master Musashi. "Brother Chang, who is this Master Musashi you mentioned?" "Anyway, it's Master Musashi." Yu Danqiang shrugged and said, "I don't know his full name because he never told me." "Oh, right, I've already taken Master Musashi as my teacher. I'm now his registered disciple." "Is this Master Musashi very powerful?" Taisetsu asked thoughtfully. "Of course." Yu Danqiang nodded vigorously. "I'm afraid I'll scare you to death if I tell you. Some time ago, I attacked heaven with Master Musashi. Yes, it's the place where Jesus lives. You can't imagine it, can you? We really attacked Jesus' hometown. And then?" Yu Danqiang cleared his throat and said, "What else could it be? In the end, it was left unsettled, right? Master Musashi lost quite a few people on his side. As for heaven, a lot of it was destroyed. Anyway, it's just like that. In the end, no one gets any benefits from a fight between two gangs, and in the end, it's bound to be a fight between two gangs. Brother, you're the double red stick of the new Dongfeng of Fengmen Ao Air Li Tun. Haven't you seen this kind of thing a long time ago?" "Oh, right, brother. Do you remember what the guy who threw you here looked like?" "Why did I randomly come up with this name? It's so embarrassing. Also, why do you remember it so clearly?" However, the Master Musashi behind Yu Danqiang and his organization actually directly attacked heaven. Taisetsu did not know much about the supreme level. What he knew was that Miss Puppeteer occasionally mentioned it. But this time when he learned about it from Yu Danqiang, Taisetsu had a new understanding of the supreme level organization. "Brother Chang, Do you have a way to find the person who threw me here? Taisetsu suddenly asked curiously. Yu Danqiang laughed and said, Brother, the place where I live now happens to be the gate of this group of supreme-level people. If they want to return to their houses here, they have to pass through the gate. I've seen some of them from afar. Can you describe them to me? Maybe I've seen them before. Although it's impossible to go back, at least I can ask for some information, right? Why is it impossible to go back? According to the current settings, Daz directly showed an anxious look at this time. Because only supreme-level people have the ability to open a passage to return to the real world. Yu Danqiang sighed and said, You don't know how many worlds this gap is. So, if it wasn't for the guy who threw you here, it would be very difficult for outsiders to know which world you came from. I think if I know who did this to you, I might be able to pull some strings for you and send you back to where you came from. Taisetsu looked at Yu Danqiang in surprise. He did not expect this strange uncle to be so righteous. He immediately had a good impression of Yu Danqiang. After some thought, he asked, Brother Chang, if there's a way to go back, what about you? Yu Danqiang shook his head and said, I'm not interested in going back for now. Actually, I thought about leaving this place at first, but then I thought about it. What would I do if I went back? After I go back, will I continue to be the boss of the snack street? Go back to living a gloomy life without a girlfriend? Go back to selling fish balls outside the nightclub and watch people throw wads of cash inside while I don't even deserve a glance from Miss Wu? Brother Taisetsu, I'm already in my 30s, but I haven't accomplished anything yet. Now that I have such a great opportunity, do you think I'll give it up? I don't want to be a good-for-nothing anymore. Yu Danqiang stared into the void in silence. Taisetsu was very familiar with that look on his face. Many, many years ago, he had been at a loss as well. He had accomplished nothing and had no strong points. He had been hanging around since he was little. He had a few buddies, but most of them were at the same level. None of them despised each other, but none of them could help each other. His poor buddies were happiest when they ate skewers and drank beer at the food stall and flirted with the girls who sold beer. Life went on like this for the rest of his life. He had no dreams. Brother Chang, life isn't as bad as you think. At least you have family, Taisetsu said in a low voice. Yu Danqiang turned around and gave Taisetsu a sad and pathetic look. I don't have any family. They're all dead. Well, Taisetsu didn't know what to say. Why? Why is it that some people are born with a silver spoon in their mouths, while I'm born with nothing? Why? Why is it that some people can win 5 million in a lottery, while I can't even win 5 yuan in a lottery? Why? Why is it that I'm bald at such a young age when I'm so handsome, while you guys have so much hair? Why? Yu Danqiang suddenly became more and more agitated. Maybe it was because he had accumulated too much pressure in this place. Taisetsu subconsciously brushed his bangs and comforted him. Brother Chang, you've learned martial arts here. You've become stronger. Yu Danqiang looked up to the sky and roared. Yes, I've become stronger, but I'm not strong enough. I want to become stronger. I want to be the most handsome guy in the whole village. No, I want to be the most handsome guy in the whole city. I want the whole world to be filled with my fish balls. So, how much do you like to sell fish balls? Taisetsu secretly shook his head, but found an excuse. Brother Chang, you'll be fine. Didn't you say you have a master called Master Musashi? And this master and his companions are very powerful. They can even fight their way to heaven, so you'll definitely succeed. Of course. Yu Danqiang said seriously, Brother, you weren't there at that time, so you don't know, but I saw it with my own eyes. My master and his companions, with a series of crackling sounds. A large number of angels fell down. Have you ever seen an angel with wings on the back that can fly? I purposely took a look, but there's no such thing under the angel's body. No. Taisetsu shook his head. In that case, can I trouble you to introduce this Master Musashi to me? If possible, I really want to find my way back. Well, there's someone waiting for me to go back. Someone is waiting for me to go back. It's like a curse. Yu Danqiang suddenly looked at Taisetsu silently, then patted him on the shoulder. You're really enviable. I used to be. Forget it, brother, come with me. I'm almost going back. Come, sit on my mount. Mount. Taisetsu couldn't help being startled. Yu Danqiang nodded, then took out a very unique flute. It looked a little like an ocarina, but seemed to be made of bones. Yu Danqiang, who had taken out the strange flute, blew it directly into his mouth. Strangely, the flute didn't make any sound after it was blown. Only a strange wave was emitted from the holes of the flute. Not long after, a black shadow appeared above the two. Taisetsu looked up and saw a Void Original Demon that looked like a giant ant. The Void Original Demon's neck and limbs had a rein and saddle added crudely. Its sharp mouth was also covered with a mask. It's called Xiao Xiao Chang. Yu Danqiang said, casually. Actually, I don't know what it's called. They were a pair, but after I accidentally killed the female one, the male one kept chasing me. This flute is made of its wife's bones. No matter where I am, it will come when I blow it. It's very convenient. It's quite convenient. Taisetsu opened his mouth, but didn't say anything in the end. He just followed Yu Danqiang and sat on the back of the strange Void Original Demon. Come to think of it, he had killed at least 18,000 Void Original Demons, but it was the first time he saw a pair. Perhaps it was, as Yu Danqiang said, that he and Xiao Xiao Chang did have a grudge against each other for killing his wife. Just as they sat on the saddle, the Void Original Demon began to struggle wildly. Yu Danqiang directly tightened the reins, and then kept knocking on the reins around Xiao Xiao Chang's neck. It wasn't some kind of beast-taming technique, but simply a violent way to control the Void Original Demon to move forward. Bro, if you're tired, just take a nap. We'll be there soon. Yu Danqiang said politely. I'll be the host today, but this place is so godforsaken that I can't find anything delicious. But last time when I attacked heaven, I secretly stole a few bottles of fruit wine. I've been reluctant to drink it. It's rare to meet you, bro. Let's have a good drink later. Perhaps Yu Danqiang's enthusiasm made Taisetsu a little uncomfortable. He was silent for a while, and then slowly said, Bro Chang, aren't you afraid that I'm not a good person? Yu Danqiang stared blankly, and then violently knocked on Xiao Xiao Chang's head and said carelessly, Of course I don't know if you're a good person, but I'm not a good person either. Besides, I've lived here for a while, and I've seen those guys, each more ferocious than the other. There's one guy, I can smell a disgusting, bloody smell from afar. I think this guy must have killed a lot of people. And the guy who brought me here directly swallowed a whole street of people in front of me. I saw it with my own eyes. So you said you're not a good person. Let me ask you, how many people have you killed? If you don't kill 81,000 people, do you have the nerve to say you're a bad person? Taisetsu could only shake his head with a bitter smile. Saying this, Fishball Chang suddenly smiled and said, Brother, that's why I believe you when you say you're a double flower red stick. Because I can see a hint of Jianghu in your eyes. You can't fool me. So I don't care if you say you're not a good person. I don't know why you want to ask. I can only tell you which person in the underworld doesn't have one or two soft spots in their heart. If the human heart is made of meat, it's only one or two soft spots. If you lose one or two soft spots, your eyes won't be as clear as yours. Bro, I'm not afraid you'll laugh at me. Although I've been muddle-headed for the past 30 years, I've never been bad at judging people. So, I think you're a good person, and you must have a good spot. This is enough for me to open a bottle of wine for you. It's just a pity that I don't have fish balls. Alas, my skill of cooking fish balls is my specialty. So, how much do you like cooking fish balls? But for some reason, his good impression of Yu Danqiang was increasing little by little. Maybe Yu Danqiang was right, and the taste of the underworld in him was always there. Yu Danqiang also had the taste of the underworld in him. So we're probably birds of a feather. Taisetsu suddenly smiled, and felt that the work this time didn't seem so boring. Chapter 14, 75. The Flying Ant-like Mount. Xiao Xiaoqiang was finally stopped by Yu Danqiang. Taisetsu looked down and saw a palace floating in the void. Yu Danqiang said that this was the Eternal Night Palace, the gateway to the Void's Paradise Lost. The Void's Paradise Lost was the place where a group of people who claimed to be transcendents lived. Taisetsu didn't expect that he would be able to find the nest of the transcendents while searching for materials in the dimensional crevice. He was a little nervous, but he wasn't afraid. For some reason, the Zhanlu sword, which was in the shape of a key, suddenly trembled. Taisetsu reached out and grasped it, but the Zhanlu sword didn't move after that, and no useful information was transmitted. At least, it wasn't a warning of danger. But Taisetsu couldn't help but be more cautious. Then he secretly hid the Qiankuan bag given by Miss Maid and the Zhanlu sword in his clothes. Taisetsu thought for a while and finally adjusted the state of his black soul envoy body. According to Miss Maid, high-grade materials were used to transform this body. If Taisetsu could develop the black soul envoy body to a certain extent, not only would he be able to freely transform between virtual and real, but he would also be able to imitate a real human's body to a degree that was infinitely close to 100%. It was said that the Black Soul envoys who were still alive and on vacation could reach this level. Therefore, during their vacation, they temporarily sealed their memories and were no different from real humans. Taisetsu hadn't been a Black Soul envoy for a long time, but he had successfully reached this level not long ago. Although he hadn't reached the peak of perfection, he wasn't too far away. 96%? 97% or something like that. Anyway, Taisetsu wasn't an extreme perfectionist. Most of the time, he could even be described as Mr. Almost Perfect, as long as he felt that it was about the same. 96%, 97%, and 99%, and so on. Were they really about the same? With Yu Danqiang's current abilities, he naturally didn't notice the change in Taisetsu's current state. He probably only felt that this person who had fallen from grace at the end of the world seemed to suddenly feel a sense of security. But this was clearly a good thing. "Brother, do you see that place?" Yu Danqiang pointed down. "That's where I live." Yu Danqiang pointed at the Eternal Night Palace. There was an extremely simple and shabby hut in the corner of the plaza outside the palace. Upon closer inspection, one would discover that this hut was simply built with crushed stones. "Brother Chang, you don't live inside." At this moment, Yu Danqiang's expression looked like he was about to collapse. The air outside is better, and the view is wider. There's also a 360-degree invincible terrace. The wind is cool, and the water is cold. How could there be wind and water in the crevice of this dimension? But Taisetsu didn't expose him at this moment. He happily followed Yu Danqiang into the stone hut in the corner of the plaza. What was more miraculous was that Xiao Xiaoqiang, who had a grudge against Yu Danqiang for killing his wife, didn't chase after Yu Danqiang after he landed on the plaza. He only hovered above the plaza for a moment before flying away unhurriedly, as if he was unwilling to give up. Don't be fooled by the thickness of the plaza's floor. It's really evil. Yu Danqiang stomped on the floor twice. Let me tell you, once these void original demons touch the floor, they'll immediately be swallowed up without leaving any bones behind. Just as Yu Danqiang finished speaking, Taisetsu also happened to step onto the plaza's floor. His body trembled slightly, as if he had received some kind of shock. The Black Soul envoy's body seemed to have become unstable due to this shock, but this instability soon stopped. It didn't disappear, but after the body had adapted to the shock, it could no longer affect the stability of the Black Soul body. But this thing seemed to be able to affect the stability of the Black Soul body. The floor swallowing the void original demon's body, affecting the stability of the Black Soul body. Taisetsu couldn't help but sink into contemplation. "Brother, let's go, don't just stand there." At this moment, Yu Danqiang turned his head and suddenly asked nervously, "Don't tell me you're looking down on me?" "There." Taisetsu hurriedly shook his head. It's just that this is the first time I've seen such a scene, so I'm a little stunned. I don't know what to say. I haven't seen much of the world. Brother Chang, please don't blame me. Yu Danqiang nodded. Thinking back to when he saw the Eternal Night Palace for the first time, he didn't think too much about it. Instead, he enthusiastically pulled Taisetsu's hand and walked towards his stone hut. "Oh, right, Brother Chang, do you know what's under the floor?" Taisetsu suddenly asked. Yu Danqiang said in astonishment, "I don't know." Who would pry open the floor for no reason? But even if they wanted to pry it open, it wouldn't be easy. Even if the floor was damaged, it would automatically repair itself. Taisetsu nodded. At this moment, they had already walked to the door of the stone hut. But Taisetsu suddenly pulled Yu Danqiang and said in a low voice, "Brother Chang, be careful. There's a situation in the hut." "A situation?" Yu Danqiang was startled. Then, as if he had thought of something terrible, he suddenly quivered. Could it be? He hurriedly rushed into the stone hut, but the next moment, Yu Danqiang flew out of the hut. Taisetsu directly reached out his hand to support Yu Danqiang's back. He slightly used his wrist to offset the inertia of Yu Danqiang's body, but he saw that Yu Danqiang was vomiting blood this time. He stretched out his hand to cover his chest. Obviously, he was seriously injured. "Brother Chang, are you okay?" "No, I'm fine." Yu Danqiang quickly wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, but he looked a little flustered. He hurriedly whispered to Taisetsu, "Brother, remember not to say anything later. There's a troublesome guy inside. But don't worry, I can handle it." Taisetsu frowned and looked at the door of the stone hut. At this time, a swaying figure walked out of the door. It was a somewhat thin man with a hoarse face who looked to be in his 30s, but he had a rough feeling of a northern man, and there was a strangely shaped whip on his waist. At this time, the horse-faced man was holding several bottles of wine in one hand and a bottle in the other. He drank more than half of it, his eyes were half open, and he looked like he was drunk. Yu Danqiang hurriedly ignored his injury and trembled as he walked forward and called out respectfully, "Lord Attila, why are you here? You should have told me earlier. Then I could have greeted you." Attila? Taisetsu silently remembered this name. At this time, looking at Yu Danqiang's groveling appearance, the horse-faced man, Attila shook his head and suddenly took out the whip from his waist, and then ruthlessly whipped Yu Danqiang. After being whipped, Yu Danqiang immediately screamed and collapsed on the ground, twitching. Taisetsu frowned and took a step forward. But at this time, Yu Danqiang quickly raised his head and gave Taisetsu a look, indicating that he shouldn't be impulsive. Then Yu Danqiang suddenly laughed loudly. "Lord Attila's whip is still so painful, it's almost breaking my bones." Attila immediately laughed loudly, and without saying anything, he picked up the whip and randomly whipped Yu Danqiang a dozen more times, only stopping when Yu Danqiang's skin and flesh were split open and he spat out blood. "Does it feel good?" Attila asked directly, his voice carrying a kind of brutal joy. Fishball Chang clenched his teeth and nodded with all his might. "That's great. Lord Attila, I'm just a wretched wretch. I don't feel good if you don't whip me. If I don't get whipped a few times a day, I won't have the energy to wake up. Luckily, this is Attila. Otherwise, I don't know how to live my life. Ha, this is an obedient beast." Attila laughed even more merrily, then reached into his pocket and took out something that looked like a fruit. Although it was called a fruit, the color of this thing made Taisetsu think that it wasn't a good thing, and it gave off a kind of evil feeling. But Yu Danqiang showed an expression of extreme desire. He wanted this fruit. He hurriedly walked in front of Attila and showed an even more humble smile. "It's your reward." Attila directly threw the purple-red fruit in his hand to the ground, but at the same time raised his foot and stepped on it. The fruit immediately cracked, and the pulp and juice spilled out. Yu Danqiang's eyes flashed with a trace of shame and anger. He subconsciously turned around to look at Taisetsu behind him, only to feel even more uncomfortable. Taisetsu looked at Yu Danqiang and silently shook his head. Unexpectedly, Yu Danqiang gritted his teeth and actually knelt down at Attila's feet, lowering his head and licking the pulp and juice on the ground and Attila's shoes. Daz opened his mouth and his frown deepened. However, he saw Attila laughing even more happily at this time. He kept calling him a dog slave, and so on. Yu Danqiang didn't say anything until he finished the pulp and juice of the fruit, then obediently knelt on the ground again. Taisetsu sighed inwardly, then shook his head. Who is this person? I haven't seen him before. Attila's gaze was now on Taisetsu, tilting his head to look at him and beckoning with his finger. You, come here! Lord Attila. Seeing this, Yu Danqiang hurriedly raised his head and said, He's my friend. He just came to the crevice between dimensions. He doesn't know anything. Oh. Attila seemed to be drunk, sizing up Taisetsu before nodding and saying, A human who got sucked in? What a lucky guy. There are so many subworlds. The probability of encountering one in a few quadrillions. But the crevice between dimensions is so big. It's not surprising for it to appear occasionally. I don't know if you're lucky or not. But since you're here, come to my Hun Palace. I just happen to lack a toy to play with. Yu Danqiang was shocked at this moment, and hurriedly said, Lord Attila, my brother is just an ordinary person. He still wants to find his way back. Can you give me some face? Attila suddenly raised his hand and directly whipped Yu Danqiang. This time was completely different from the dozen whips from before. After being whipped, Yu Danqiang's skin and flesh actually exploded, his entire body becoming a bloody mess. Your face? Why don't I know what face you have? Attila laughed loudly at this moment. Interesting. A dog slave like you actually wants me to give you face in front of me. How interesting. I'm just bored and usually raise you like an animal. I'll reward you with some toys when I'm happy. Do you really think that I see you as a human? Yu Danqiang said with a trembling voice. Lord Attila is right, I'm nothing. I'm just a dog. But Lord Attila, my friend doesn't know anything. It's definitely not fun. How do you want to play? I'll play with you, so you see. You really don't understand. Attila sneered. You're just a guy who mysteriously stayed here. You only obtained some power. Do you really think you have the qualifications to be our partner? It looks like I really need to give you a deep lesson. With that said, Attila raised the whip in his hand again. The whip began to dance on its own like a venomous snake. It instantly transformed into a thick black shadow that rapidly whipped at Yu Danqiang. If this continued, Attila believed that he could directly whip Yu Danqiang's soul until it dissipated. Oh! However, the whip did not hit Yu Danqiang in the end. Instead, it was grabbed by someone. Friend, isn't this a little too much? Taisetsu stood in front of Yu Danqiang and grabbed one end of the whip. He said with a deadpan expression, Although I'm not sure what the relationship between the two of you is, you're still considered acquaintances, right? Killing someone is just a matter of nodding your head. Oh, from the looks of it, you're much easier to play with than this dog slave. Not only was Attila not angry, he even appeared rather happy. This king likes to tame people with fiery personalities. Your personality must be very fiery. Ha 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 ha. With that said, he tugged at his whip with a little force, hoping to pull it back from Taisetsu's hand. But to his surprise, he failed to pull it back. Attila gaped his mouth in astonishment. Following that, he used another 20% of his strength. But Taisetsu remained motionless. His whip still failed to be pulled back. Attila frowned as his eyes narrowed. Following that, he sneered. Just as he was about to use more strength, he suddenly felt a chill. His intuition told him that the chill came from the young man with the gray scarf around his neck. Attila was slightly alarmed. Just as he was about to do something, a long howl sounded from the square. King Hun, are you up to no good again? Why didn't you call me? Accompanying the long howl was a figure that was rapidly approaching. Yu Danqiang shouted in pleasant surprise, Master Musashi! Chapter 1476. King of Hun, are you dissatisfied with this poor registered disciple of mine? The person who came was dressed like a ronin, with a green foxtail at the corner of his mouth. His face was full of whiskers. At this moment, one of his hands was still hanging on his open lapel. It was Master Musashi with a smile on his face. Attila frowned, but at the same time he realized that the other end of the whip that he had been holding suddenly loosened. He subconsciously retracted his whip, took a deep look at Taisetsu, and then used the whip to make a strangling motion towards Taisetsu's neck. Taisetsu shrugged casually. Attila sneered, took another look at Master Musashi, and left directly. As for Master Musashi, he had no intention of stopping this king of Han. Until Attila walked into the Eternal Night Palace, he walked in front of Yu Danqiang, took a look at Yu Danqiang, and said indifferently, "Where's the thing I want?" Yu Danqiang struggled to get up from the ground, lowered his head, and hurriedly said, "Master, please wait a moment. I'll bring the thing you want right away." After saying that, Yu Danqiang staggered into the palace. Seeing this, Taisetsu could not help but frown and say, "He's injured to this extent, and you still let him work for you? You're his master, aren't you?" From Yu Danqiang's surprised cry, Taisetsu knew that this man dressed like a ronin was his master. Master? Master Musashi looked at Taisetsu in shock, not seeming to care that there was an unfamiliar face in the square. Instead, he said curiously, "Young man, do you have some misunderstanding about the inheritance between master and disciple? I only casually gave him some basic training methods. I've never taught him any swordsmanship of any school." Taisetsu was silent. He subconsciously looked at the stone hut. Yu Danqiang had not come out yet, but he could imagine that he who was seriously injured was probably taking this opportunity to struggle in the hut, but did not make a sound. This is his way of living. Musashi suddenly said, "Whether it's to stay by my side and learn some skills, or to curry favor with others like a servant to gain benefits, it's his own choice. Do you think there's anything wrong with it? This heart that wants to become strong does not need pity." Taisetsu was silent for a while. He was not a hothead, and had long passed the age of hot-bloodedness. He could naturally understand what Master Musashi said. "Well, since this is the path he chose, I really have no right to say anything." "Right." Master Musashi smiled and suddenly asked, "By the way, what's your name?" "Big." Taisetsu responded subconsciously, but in an instant he frowned, because the moment he asked this question, Master Musashi, who seemed to be smiling, suddenly attacked him. It was the longer one of the two samurai swords on his waist. From drawing the sword to slashing, the action was clean and swift, as fast as lightning. It even made Taisetsu's hair stand on end, and a sense of crisis suddenly came over him. But Taisetsu did not move, and Master Musashi's Boki Yasutsuna did not really slash. Boki Yasutsuna finally stopped in front of Taisetsu's shoulder. Reverse blade. Oh, I suddenly lost interest. Master Musashi took a step back and stood straight, and slowly put Boki Yasutsuna into the scabbard through his fingers. He shook his head and asked again, "What's your name?" "Taisetsu." Taisetsu answered casually, and then asked curiously, "Why don't you cut it off?" "I will be in danger, right?" Master Musashi squinted his eyes and smiled. "If I touch the scarf around your neck?" He actually did not think about what Taisetsu would say. At most, he thought that Taisetsu would nod and then be silent. But Master Musashi did feel the danger, and it was very clear. This strange young man with a scarf was far more dangerous than King Attila. Taisetsu did indeed nod. "If you really touch my scarf—" But then he looked at Master Musashi and said in an emotionless voice, "I will probably chop you until you can't take care of yourself." This scarf was personally knitted for him by the old woman he felt the most guilty towards in his life. She could not see, so the stitches were tightly knitted, and they were filled with longing for him day and night. For a detached person like Master Musashi, getting injured was very difficult, not to mention being unable to take care of himself. This was more difficult to accept than death. "But is that so?" Master Musashi restrained a smile and nodded. "I kind of believe that you can do it." This gaze is very similar to a good friend of mine in the past. He is also a very persistent person. Shao Jiro, have you heard of this name? Taisetsu slowly shook his head. Master Musashi did not mind, and then he began to ask about Taisetsu's origin. Taisetsu opened his mouth. Still using the same words, he said to Yu Danqiang. However, Master Musashi was naturally not a half-baked fellow like Yu Danqiang. He was a genuine expert who had transcended from a subworld. So he definitely would not believe that Taisetsu had been thrown into this place, because the danger he sensed from Taisetsu was enough for him to judge that Taisetsu was completely capable of entering the dimensional crevice by himself. In fact, there was no concept of time in the dimensional crevice. Otherwise, there would be experts who successfully transcended from their original subworlds and entered the dimensional crevice every day, and there would be more than 1 or 2 subworlds that were as numerous as rivers and sand. Each subworld had a different time and civilization, and with such a huge base, such experts would be born all the time, not every day. It was just that most of these experts would die in the mouths of the original void demon as soon as they entered the dimensional crevice, becoming its food to strengthen itself. It was very difficult to break through the shackles of the original subworld, and the experts must have paid a huge price to successfully break through the walls of the subworld. There were many of them, and they were already on the verge of death when they arrived at the dimensional crevice. How could the original void demon bear to let go of such delicious and powerless food? Therefore, there were very few who could truly survive in the dimensional crevice. Moreover, the dimensional crevice didn't have any boundary changes. Even the sovereigns of the transcendence couldn't fully comprehend the vastness of the dimensional crevice. Therefore, it wasn't strange that some of the powerhouses who had broken through the barriers of the subworlds had never encountered each other before. Therefore, Musashi speculated that Taisetsu's words were nonsense. Taisetsu should be a newly ascended expert who had successfully survived, although it was still unknown which subworld he came from. Taisetsu, have you heard of the Transcendence Organization? Master Musashi asked rather enthusiastically. Heard of it? He must have heard of it. He had heard the servant girl ask if it counted with a look of disdain, but it was obviously not convenient to say this out loud. I'm not very sure. Taisetsu shook his head. Clearly, this kind of explanation was much nicer. Taisetsu was actually not very good with words, but later in prison he had met many people who were good with words, so he had more or less picked up some. Ha ha ha. Master Musashi nodded. It was unknown whether he really believed it or just wanted to hear it casually, but he said directly, Taisetsu, I think after coming to the dimensional crevice, you should be able to understand that this place is not as beautiful as you imagine it to be. On the contrary, it is a wasteland, and there are dangers everywhere. You may have been an invincible expert in your original world, but after coming to this place, you have been beaten back to your original state. Do you feel at a loss? No. It was just that leveling up was a bit slow at the beginning, and then it was done with hacking and slashing. I didn't see anything dangerous in this place, did I? What about the Void Original Demon? Wasn't it just a matter of a sword? So, Master Wu Chang took a step forward and said, the strength of a single person is limited, but the strength of 2 people, 3 people, or even more people is not the same. This is how the Transcending Level Organization was born. Above them is a group of ancient transcendents called Thrones, and then there are people like me who appeared in the new era. Our goal is to explore the end of this dimensional crevice, to find the true path of transcendence. Taisetsu thought for a moment and said, actually, it's something like a mutual aid association. 1 or a few leaders, and then a bunch of underlings. This is very common, isn't it? For example, places like the docks or construction sites have them. To put it bluntly, it's a gang. Musashi was stunned for a moment when he heard this, and then he burst into wild laughter. I can't refute that analogy of yours. It's really F***ing right. That's right, you can think of it as a dimensional crevice association. How about it? Are you interested in joining us? Taisetsu opened his mouth and asked hesitantly, so direct, Master Musashi shrugged and said. We're all people who broke the original rules of the world. Do you still care about the so-called moral rules of the past? So have you thought it through? Taisetsu shook his head. I'm not willing. Ha ha ha, you're really direct. Master Musashi was not unhappy about being rejected. Instead, he appreciated it even more. It's okay to reject it now. When you've been with us for a long time and understand more, it won't be too late to agree. After all, there's no concept of time here. We don't have much, but time is the most. Then, okay. Taisetsu nodded. Then I'll understand more before making a decision. You're the one who told me to understand more. I didn't force you. Let's go. I'll show you around the Eternal Night Palace. Master Musashi waved his hand at this time. Right, I forgot to tell you. I'm the guard of the Eternal Night Palace. You can treat me as a guard here. In addition, besides me, there's another guard in the Eternal Night Palace, a girl called Hidden Sword. If there's a chance, I'll introduce you to her. She's not here? Taisetsu couldn't help but ask curiously. Master Musashi said casually she's in seclusion. The last time we fought with Heaven, that girl said she had a new understanding. When she came back, she locked herself up and even threw the job of guarding the gate to me. Recently, I've had no choice but to stay by the gate often. Just now, because I took a nap in front of the gate, I let some people wander around here. Speaking of which, there's been more people wandering around the square recently. Actually, regarding the matter of King Hun Attila humiliating you, Danqiang, he still cared a lot. It was just that he didn't say it out loud. Didn't he appear immediately after hearing the noise just now? Taisetsu shook his head, secretly. This guy told him that he didn't need to care about the moral values of the past. It was obvious that he had double standards. You don't know about Heaven? Unexpectedly, Master Musashi looked at Taisetsu in astonishment. Why would a normal person be so calm after hearing about the fight between the Transcendence and Heaven? I'm talking about the last time we fought with Heaven. Heaven. Do you know about Heaven? Taisetsu opened his mouth. Why did it seem like it was important to know about Heaven? He could only ask curiously. I still know about Heaven, but there are more Buddhists in my world. No wonder it's from the subworld occupied by Buddha. Master Musashi shook his head rather disinterestedly. Forget it, follow me in. I'll give you a general introduction of the Eternal Night Palace. Taisetsu looked at Master Musashi's dispirited appearance and couldn't help but be puzzled. So, was it really that important to know about Heaven? Wait a minute. Seeing that Musashi couldn't wait to leave, Taisetsu couldn't help but call out hesitantly. Then he looked back at the stone hut. It was a tactful reminder to Master Musashi that Yu Danqiang didn't seem to have come out yet. Oh, forget about him. It's not a very important matter anyway. Master Musashi waved his hand and said, Let that guy be alone for a while, so that I don't have to see his ugly face. After saying that, Master Musashi took a step and moved forward dozens of meters. It was probably some kind of rapid movement technique. At this time, seeing that Master Musashi had gone far, Taisetsu had to shout towards the stone hut, Brother Chang, I'll follow Master Musashi to take a look inside first. You can come and find us later? Okay. At this time, Yu Danqiang's voice came from the stone hut. I'm not done here yet. Brother, you go in first. Don't worry about me. I'll be done soon. After hearing that, Taisetsu took another look at the door of the stone hut. Then he shook his head and turned around to catch up with Master Musashi. He didn't know any rapid movement techniques, but he directly caught up with him with a kick of his legs. At the door of the stone hut, Yu Danqiang silently leaned against the door. Actually, if he moved a little, he could appear in the sight of Taisetsu and Master Musashi. But he didn't move at all. Soon, Yu Danqiang lowered his head and said bitterly, very soon. In fact, since he came to this place, he had never been qualified to enter the Eternal Night Palace. Even the stone hut in the square was built shamelessly. Very soon. He beat the stone behind him. Very soon. Chapter 14. 77. This part is basically filled with rooms, and the style is not much different from the one we saw before. Of course, if you are interested, you can go to the rooms one by one and take a closer look. I've said it before, there's nothing here except for time. Then I won't look. Taisetsu shook his head. Master Musashi seemed to let him choose any room to stay in, but he still wanted to find a chance to leave here. Who knew if Miss Maid would suddenly check on him? She would do it. This woman was as tolerant as a mother to her boss. Yes, she was the kind of mother who spoiled her son. She was not easy to others. Right. Taisetsu thought of a question at this time and asked curiously, "Didn't you say that there is nothing in the crack of this dimension?" In fact, except for those small monsters, I only saw deserted islands and stones. Not to mention trees. I didn't even see withered grass. How was this eternal night palace built? Master Musashi squinted at this time and said, "If it were you, what would you think?" Taisetsu pondered for a while. If there is no construction material here, and it is impossible to produce, then there is only one possibility. It was brought from outside. Where do you mean outside? Musashi smiled faintly. Taisetsu looked up at him and frowned. From outside the crack, other worlds? You want to say that you have mastered the way to return to the original world. Master, Musashi laughed at this time. He was not too surprised by Taisetsu's insight. What a joke if the intelligence of a genius was not the best. How could he break the limit of the original world and enter the crack of the dimension? Don't look at how strange the people in the transcending level organization were. That didn't stop them from following their hearts. Among these guys, none of them were easy to get along with. So, Taisetsu's keenness at this time did not arouse Master Musashi's suspicion. Or, if Taisetsu could not connect with it, he would think carefully about how lucky Taisetsu was to enter the crack of the dimension. Yes, we have mastered the way to return to the original world. Musashi nodded and said seriously, and not only the original world, but also most of the worlds. Some of the construction materials of the Eternal Night Palace were indeed brought back from different worlds and built slowly. Finally, it became what it is now. However, only members who join us can share this way of returning. Taisetsu smiled bitterly and said, "You are really sparing no effort to recruit people into your organization." Musashi laughed and said, "Our organization has some systems. If we can recruit potential members, we will have some benefits. Although I don't care about these things. Sometimes there are things that I want. But in fact, there are many things that only thrones can master." Thrones? Are there many thrones? Taisetsu could not help but ask. Musashi shrugged and said, "In fact, even I don't know how many thrones there are. Most of us don't know how many thrones there are. Currently, we know that there are 5 who are more active. But if you want to know who they are, you have to join us first." Taisetsu shrugged, indicating that he did not want to continue asking. Musashi did not mind. He picked up the wine bottle hanging on his waist and took a sip. After that, he passed it to Taisetsu. Daz was not polite. He picked up the gourd and took a sip. He touched his lower lip and suddenly asked, "By the way, you just mentioned that the Eternal Night Palace was built into the current state after you brought some materials one after another. That is to say, the Eternal Night Palace was not originally like this? Perhaps it has existed since long ago?" "Yes." Musashi nodded. "You listen carefully." "That's right. Strictly speaking, the Eternal Night Palace was not built by us. It seems to have existed since the beginning. It is a broken building that has been floating in the dimensional crevice for who knows how long. I heard from the previous guard of the Eternal Night Palace that the Eternal Night Palace seems to be something from the old generation. Perhaps it is a palace left behind by a super strong person from the old generation." "Old generation, new generation?" Musashi said, "There was a very tragic incident in the dimensional crevice. I heard that in this incident, most of the super strong people were defeated and killed. There were not many left. Our thrones are said to have survived from that era. Later on, the organization of the Transcendents was gradually developed. Speaking of which, Musashi muttered, speaking of which, I once had a guess. That is, since this Eternal Night Palace is a product of the old era, then in the old era, the crevice between dimensions wasn't as barren as it is now. At the very least, there were still some usable materials. But this guess is really hard to prove. Taisetsu asked curiously, "Didn't you say that those thrones were left behind by the old generation? Won't we know if we ask them?" Musashi shrugged and said, "I am not part of the thrones. I am just a casual person in the organization. I only have this name, other than the standard method, to return to the original world. I don't enjoy any benefits. Of course, I don't have to perform any duties. The thrones naturally wouldn't tell me too much. After all, in the Transcendence organization, if a member wants to know or obtain something from the thrones, they have to make contributions in exchange." Taisetsu said, "So you became the guard of the Eternal Night Palace, and even wanted to recruit new members because you wanted to get something from the thrones." Musashi did not mind and said, "After all, it has been a long time. There will always be some needs, but I have already rejected them from the start. Naturally, I can't bring myself to do it now, so I can only do things with twice the effort for half the result." Taisetsu could not help but smile. This Master Musashi's character was actually very much to his liking. As they talked, the two came before a huge door. Musashi casually opened the door. After the door was opened, the room inside was actually like a round arena. Daz was surprised to find that under this round arena, there were a large number of Void Original Demons placed densely at this time. These Void Original Demons were like insects at this time, piling on each other. Of course, there were also some that bit each other, a feeling that made one's hair go numb-followed. He was not afraid of these original Void Demons, but he just felt that such a scene was very disgusting. However, these primordial Void Demons looked very small. Far from the size of the primordial Void Demons he had slashed before, they seemed to have shrunk. "These are the leftovers from the last time we fought with Heaven. Thinking that it would be troublesome to let them out, we kept them here. Let's see if these guys can evolve into a stronger original Void ancestor after they eat each other." Musashi said indifferently, "The arena below has its own compression technology. It should have been originally owned by the Eternal Night Palace. Do you see the passage below? As long as you go through the passage and enter the arena, your body will be shrunk 100 times or even several times." Taisetsu could not help but take a few more glances. Looking at the densely packed original Void Demons in the arena below, there were at least tens of thousands of them. The thing that Miss Maid asked for seemed to be settled. "Can I go down and have a look?" Taisetsu could not help but ask. Musashi was slightly surprised at this moment. "You are really strange. You don't look like a guy who likes to fight. Why do I feel that your eyes suddenly lit up when you saw these original Void Demons?" "I'm from the countryside. It's the first time I've seen so many little monsters, so I'm a little excited," Taisetsu said rather seriously. Musashi shook his head, but did not agree to Taisetsu's request. "There are at least tens of thousands of original Void Demons below. They are all the stronger guys that we caught. Some of them are on the verge of evolving into original Void ancestors. There are even several original Void ancestors themselves. It's very dangerous for you to go in carelessly like this. Besides, these guys are the property of the organization. You're not a member of the organization. You can look at them, but you can't touch them." "Then I'll join the association," Taisetsu said with a serious face. "People like you who don't enjoy benefits but still have to fulfill their obligations. You can just be an unaffiliated person." Musashi opened his mouth. This guy named Taisetsu had a rather strange way of thinking, but in the end he still asked curiously, "I'm more curious. What do you want to do in there?" Taisetsu thought for a moment, then said very honestly, "I want to kill them all." Musashi stared blankly for a long while before bursting into laughter. I told you I have a way to return to your original world, but you didn't care at all. Now, you're saying you want to join us just to kill all of them. Did these void original demons do something wrong in their past lives for you to hate them so much? How about it? If I join the association, can I kill all the little monsters below? Taisetsu asked again. He was even prepared. If Musashi didn't agree, he would find a chance to sneak in here, kill all these original void demons, stuff them into his chinkuin bag, and then slip away. God knows where else to find so many materials in such a short time. Of course, he wouldn't let go of the opportunity so easily. Musashi said directly, strictly speaking, even the throne can't directly order anyone in the Transcendence Organization. If you join us, you can kill all of them if you have the ability. These guys will increase every once in a while, so we have to wipe them out occasionally. Otherwise, it'll be quite annoying if they keep harassing us. In fact, even if you didn't mention it, I was going to find a time to get rid of them. After all, they're really too noisy. They're so noisy that I can't even take a nap in peace recently. Then hurry up and burn incense and recite the oath to join the association. What did you do in the past? Musashi couldn't help but ask in surprise. I mingled in the underworld. Taisetsu told the truth. He had indeed mingled in the underworld before, but now he was working for others. Musashi smiled and didn't really care about this. However, since Taisetsu wanted to join the association, he was naturally happy to see it. Thus, he said directly, "If you want to join us, then follow me to see the throne. You have to at least get the recognition of one of the thrones before you can officially join the association." You want to see the throne? Daz frowned and hesitated a little. He didn't know if these so-called sovereigns could see through his black soul body that was only 96% or 97% anthropomorphic. In the worst-case scenario, he could just directly fight his way out, right? Anyway, when Miss Maid threw him into the dungeon to level up, she said that with the Jeanlu sword and Onyx Soul's body, as long as he wasn't too lazy and wasn't extremely unlucky, he wouldn't die. Probably? Don't worry. Musashi patted Taisetsu's shoulder and said, "The Fushi throne is on duty right now. Although you came from the subworld that Buddha took over, you should be considered a descendant of Yen Huang. The Fushi throne takes special care of the descendants of Yen Huang, so it shouldn't be a problem for you to join the association." "Oh, that's good. What did you say?" Taisetsu didn't immediately react. When he finally reacted, he couldn't help but open his mouth wide. Fu what? "The Fushi throne." Musashi looked at Taisetsu curiously and said, "Why, is there a problem?" "Master Musashi, may I ask what relationship this Fushi throne has with the legendary 3 emperors of the Yen Huang civilization?" Taisetsu swallowed his saliva. "It's one of the 3 emperors of the Yen Huang civilization, the human emperor Fushi. Why, don't you know? F***CK. Taisetsu almost jumped up. He was really shocked. He suddenly realized that this Transcender organization wasn't as simple as he thought. But why did Miss Maid still have a look of disdain? He couldn't help but think that with Miss Maid's personality, she wouldn't show such a look of disdain when she didn't know the details of the Transcender organization. This meant that Miss Maid and the boss, as well as the shop that he worked in, were actually much more powerful than he thought. A lot more powerful. After that, Daz was in a daze all the way until he was finally pulled to a light gate by Musashi. Only then did he wake up a little. At this time, Musashi took out a token in front of the light door and seemed to say something to the token. After that, the token flashed a few times, and Musashi turned back to Taisetsu and nodded, saying, "All right, the Fushi throne said that he can see you, but you have to go to the throne room alone." "Okay, I'll send you here. The passage has been opened. You can go directly to the throne room after entering the light door." Taisetsu, what's wrong?" I suddenly feel a little nervous. The human emperor Fushi, the legendary ancient race of the Yen Huang, he actually had to see him? Speaking of which, I originally came in to get materials for Miss Maid. What the hell? Chapter 1478. In the stone hut, Yu Danqiang stretched and then put down the file in his hand. The file was given to him by Master Musashi. It had only one purpose, and that was to smooth out the horns he broke off from some original demons of the void. Master Musashi usually liked to use the horns of the original demons of the void to carve some trinkets, and each time he would carve the appearance of the same girl. He said that the girl was his cousin, but in the end she married one of his good brothers. In any case, Yu Danqiang's task was to smooth out the horns of the original demons of the void that he usually hunted down and turn them into neat raw materials. Yu Danqiang had always been very conscientious in completing this task. This was one of the ways he could gain Master Musashi's favor, just like how he could gain benefits from King of Han by lowering his head to curry favor and even giving up his dignity. There was nothing different about it. Although handling these horns of the original demons of the void was obviously much more comfortable, there was essentially nothing different about it. The things that both parties could gain from King of Han were far better than the occasional guidance or two from Master Musashi. For example, the fruit that he had just eaten that had been thrown to the ground by King of Han and cracked under his feet. Yu Danqiang had actually eaten this fruit several times before, and every time he ate it, his body would be strengthened to a certain extent. This was much more effective than some of the training methods that Master Musashi had taught him. Because he had just eaten that fruit, Yu Danqiang's injuries were actually healing rapidly. Now, most of the wounds on his body had already healed, and the pain had also decreased to an acceptable level. Of course, Yu Danqiang didn't give up on the training methods that Master Musashi had taught him. Just like earning money, earning $1 was still earning. Earning a few $100s in one go was also earning. The fruit was a one-time thing, but the training was long-term, and they would eventually be even. At this moment, Yu Danqiang heard some commotion coming from outside the stone hut, and then the curtain made from the skin of the original demons was suddenly lifted open. Yu Danqiang subconsciously turned his head and said, "Master Musashi, you're here. The thing you want is mine. Lord Attila." The person who walked into the stone hut wasn't Musashi, but King of Han, Attila, who had left without a word. Attila was expressionless as he walked straight in. Yu Danqiang trembled and hurriedly stood up, but when he faced with King of Han's approach, his legs couldn't help but tremble, and he subconsciously took a few steps back. "Why, dog slave, after seeing this king, aren't you very happy?" King of Han sneered. "Don't you want this king's reward?" I'm not." Yu Danqiang composed himself and then revealed a fawning smile. "I was too happy to see you, so I spoke incoherently. King Attila, may I know why you're looking for me? Do you want wine? But I really don't have any wine here. You've already taken all the wine I stole from heaven." Smack! The sound of a whip striking. Yu Danqiang directly fell to the ground, and the wound that had just healed opened again. King of Han said coldly, "What did you say? You actually said this king took your things?" No, it's me. It's the things I contributed to the king." Yu Danqiang endured the pain, got up and smiled apologetically. "I'm useless. If I knew that the king would like it, I would have stolen more from you last time. I'm useless. Ah." Smack, 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 smack. "Dog slave, trash, 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 trash." Ha! Shout, continue shouting. "This king is happy, so I'll continue to reward you, trash." King of Han's cruel laughter could be heard as he whipped Yu Danqiang wildly. "I'm a dog slave, I'm trash. Ha ha ha, I'm trash." Yu Danqiang was crying and laughing at the same time, as if he had gone crazy. "I'm really trash." "King, you're right. You're absolutely right. Ha 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 ha." King of Han kept whipping Yu Danqiang for a while, and then took back the long whip. He seemed to be satisfied, and suddenly shouted coldly, "Slaves, stand up!" Yu Danqiang didn't have the strength to speak at this time. It took him a lot of time to stand up, and now he looked like a person stained with blood. King, are you comfortable now? This time, the reward. What a greedy guy." King of Han suddenly smiled. "Are you thinking that when you become stronger, You'll repay all the humiliation you suffered from me? I don't dare. How can I be stronger than you, king? Yu Danqiang trembled all over. King of Han Attila sneered. It doesn't matter if you admit it or not. Do you think that with the rewards I gave you, you'll be stronger than me? Do you think I'll be so stupid to make you stronger than myself? I don't dare. Yu Danqiang lowered his head dejectedly. How could he not know? He just didn't want to think like this. Trash. King of Han, Attila laughed, and then turned over his hand. For you, slave! Yu Danqiang subconsciously raised his head and saw that King of Han Attila's hand was holding an extremely disgusting thing. It looked like some kind of organ, and it was still alive and beating. He couldn't help but ask in horror, King, What is this? The brain of a primogenitor demon. King of Han Attila sneered. Why? Don't you want to become stronger? This thing is a good toy. Eat it. Okay. I'll eat it later. Yu Danqiang's face immediately turned pale, but he didn't dare to disobey King of Han Attila's order. So he could only compromise and say, I'm not hungry now, King. King, that's not up to you. King of Han Attila snorted coldly, and the long whip in his hand suddenly extended, directly coiling Yu Danqiang in front of him. Then, like a palm, he directly stuffed the primogenitor demon's brain into Yu Danqiang's mouth. He struggled with all his might, but how could he be a match for a transcendent being like King of Han? The bitter and nauseating thing was directly stuffed into his throat, and he had no choice but to swallow it. At this moment, his body felt as if it was being burned by a raging fire, and Yu Danqiang let out a shrill scream. The long whip loosened, and Yu Danqiang directly collapsed on the ground, his body convulsing crazily. King of Han Attila sneered. I heard that you only came here because you were lucky enough to pick up Master Dong's token. Do you really think you're the main character of your life? But I'm merciful, and I like to help weak guys like you the most. Now enjoy it well. You'll love the feeling of becoming strong. After saying this, King of Han Attila didn't look at Yu Danqiang anymore. He directly lifted the curtain, left the square outside the Eternal Night Palace, and disappeared from sight. Yu Danqiang Attila was still in the stone hut, still howling in pain. Here, no one responded to him and no one knew him. King Han knew. From the depths of his throat, he squeezed out a beast-like voice. His eyes were scarlet like a beast's. King of Han, did you hear anything, Master Musashi? Taisetsu! Attila suddenly turned his head at this moment, looking somewhat puzzled behind him. It seemed like something was calling him, but it was faint, or perhaps it was an illusion. Sound? What kind of sound is it? Master Musashi, Attila followed Taisetsu Attila's gaze and frowned. Maybe one of our companions went out. This is the door that connects the entire Paradise Lost, so it's normal to have some movements. Go in quickly. Don't let Fushi Throne wait for too long. Taisetsu Attila nodded, then took a deep breath and directly walked into the light door. At this moment, what he didn't notice was that Musashi Attila was carefully sizing up the moment Taisetsu Attila walked into the light door. Although most of the people in the Transcendence organization had strange characters, they weren't really stupid. The reason why Musashi Attila talked so much about the internal affairs of the organization without knowing anything about Taisetsu Attila was because he felt that there were very few experts who would reject the benefits of the Transcendence organization for the first time, and also because of the existence of this light door. The light door was jointly created by the throne. Apart from being extremely sturdy, it also had the function of identifying spies. If one's strength hadn't reached the limit of breaking through the subworld, or if one wasn't a human, one wouldn't be able to enter the space of thrones through the light door. As for those who met the requirements but had bad intentions, wouldn't they still have to meet the throne once? If it was someone with bad intentions, the throne would naturally be able to see through it. At this moment, after Taisetsu Attila stepped out, he smoothly walked into the light door. The light door didn't move at all throughout the entire process. After Taisetsu Attila's figure finally disappeared, Musashi Attila stretched his body and sat down cross-legged. He took out a small knife from his waist and rummaged through his bag, but he couldn't find what he wanted. He originally wanted to take something from Yu Danqiang, but after meeting Taisetsu, he forgot about it. Musashi Attila shook his head and could only put away the small knife and lean on the pillar next to him. At the very least, before Taisetsu Attila appeared again, he couldn't leave this place. Since he had nothing to do, Master Musashi Attila used a small knife to cut off a small piece of wood from the pillar and carve something on it. Musashi Attila said with a smile, "The things that Attila gave me are not bad. Yu Danqiang Attila's foundation is good enough, so he can learn new things." This middle-aged uncle, who was inexplicably caught in a crack and was completely useless, had no talent at all. However, his heart that wanted to become stronger was the same as it was in the past. In the past, he was also regarded as a guy with no talent. Work hard and one day you will. After passing through the light door, Taisetsu Attila felt that he was floating. It was more like he was sent to some place or something. After landing, Taisetsu Attila looked around vigilantly. The moment he passed through the light door, he even had a feeling that he was being seen inside and out. However, this feeling disappeared in an instant, and he couldn't even find out where this feeling of being spied on came from. Based on the current situation, this Transcendence organization didn't seem to be as bad as Miss Maid said. In front of him was a desolate land, as if he had arrived at a mountain tomb. In front of him, at the bottom of a cliff, he could faintly see the entrance of a cave. Taisetsu approached and saw the words Fire Cloud Cave above the cave entrance. He couldn't help but feel curious. The words were written in an ancient script that he hadn't studied at all. But when they entered his eyes, they naturally became modern characters that he could understand. Taisetsu clicked his tongue in wonder. Suddenly, he heard a rather serious voice coming from inside. "Since you're here, why are you hesitating?" "Oh, wait, I'm coming in." Taisetsu replied directly. Suddenly, the air became quiet. Inside the Fire Cloud Cave, after a long while, a soft hum was heard. However, the tone of the person who had spoken made it sound as if he had been caught off guard. Taisetsu didn't care much. He shrugged his shoulders, put the scarf on his chest on his shoulder, and strode into the Fire Cloud Cave. Just like the martial arts dramas that Daz used to watch in prison out of boredom, there was really a different world in this kind of place. Although it couldn't be said that how amazing it was, there was a small bridge with flowing water, a simple wooden house, a flower field full of peonies, and an octagonal pavilion outside the house. At this time, a young man with long hair that reached the ground, who looked like he was less than 20 years old, was sitting in the octagonal pavilion. His hands were fiddling with an exquisite 8 trigrams plate on the raw stone table. This 8 trigrams plate could be rotated. When it was rotated, it could even make da-da-da sounds. Taisetsu looked around and found that there was no one else here except for the long-haired man in the ancient costume. He thought that this guy was probably the Fushi throne that Musashi had mentioned. So he quickly walked to the octagonal pavilion. Along the way, Taisetsu finally said hello. The long-haired man who was playing with the 8 trigrams plate stopped. Only a click was heard at this time, and the 8 trigrams plate also stopped. The long-haired man suddenly frowned. "What's wrong?" Taisetsu asked curiously, "Is this thing broken?" The long-haired man finally raised his head. After looking at Taisetsu, he rolled his eyes slightly and said angrily, "This is a special tool that I asked Team Lu to make. How can it be broken so easily?" "Oh." Taisetsu nodded. In fact, he didn't understand this. "Wait, this guy seemed to roll his eyes at me just now." The long-haired man shook his head at this time, put away the 8 trigrams plate in his hand, then stood up and suddenly said, "The content of the foreign body is so high, the highest level of transformation. Why can't the anthropomorphization reach the limit? Why did I let you in just like that? Oh, maybe my talent is not good, so I'm always stuck at this level." What did you just say?" Taisetsu suddenly opened his mouth wide. Unexpectedly, the long-haired man also opened his mouth slightly at this time and said with a stunned face, "Eh? Didn't the owner ask you to come and urge me to go back? Taisetsu, what did I come here to do in the first place? Damn it,